State Board of Education to order. Welcome to those in attendance, all of you, and everyone listening online. We have 7 board members present in the boardroom today, and Jim McNeese, Michelle Dombrowski, and Betty Arnold are all on Zoom. So we have everyone. The mission statement for the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any changes to the agenda for today or tomorrow? I will start with Michelle because she has her hand raised.
Thank you,
morning.
Chair Haas. Yes, I just wanted to pull from the consent agenda item for tomorrow, letter D, E, F, I, J, and L, with F being probably the only one I would make maybe a comment on publicly.
Okay. You're welcome to ask any questions or make a comment at this
Oh,
time. So we
okay.
can, because we won't be in the boardroom tomorrow, we won't be able to have folks come down. So we'll go
Okay.
ahead and try to get those questions answered for you today.
Yes, so in the past, we have, when we asked about, as far as the KU being the one to work on the assessments and for us and for our state, we asked for some examples. They talked about providing us, the board, with maybe past, like 6 to 7 years past examples so that we could see, some of the examples of what we're approving for a contract. To renew the contract, I'd like to just see, what the children are being asked of as far as assessments on those assessments. And I understand if they're adaptive, we may not get all the questions, but we at least get some idea of what's being asked of the students when they're taking those state assessments through the grades.
I'll put the commissioner on the spot real quick, but my recollection is that to see those questions, one would need to make a trip to KU, to the department that does that. Is that correct?
We do have some items that that KU has released that are not on the current test, but they're similar type items. And I can get a further explanation of, this is an extension, a 1-year extension of the contract, because the contract is up and we're going to be having changes to the assessment through what we're experimenting with. So we didn't want to make those changes in the new contract until we have those ready. So that's what this is. But Beth can get you some sample questions.
Okay. Any
Thank
other?
you.
Thank you. Any other changes to the agenda? All right. Seeing none, a motion would be in order to approve the agenda as amended. From Kathy. And a second. Dina. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2. Jim, can you put your hand in the middle of the screen? In front of your face, maybe? Thank you. That is a 10-0 vote. Motion passes. Thank you. And are there any changes, corrections, or additions to the minutes of the meeting conducted on April 9 and 10, 2024? If not, a motion would be in order. Jim moves. Is there a second? Dennis. All in favor? Raise your hand. That is a 10-0. Motion passes. Thank you. The next item is the Commissioner's Report. Welcome, Commissioner Watson.
Good morning, Board, and good morning to the board members online. Our thoughts are with all of you. And um, let's talk about not your districts today. Let's talk about the kids throwing their caps in the air. Is that the season? It's the season. Colleges, for the most part, the last 2 weeks, but some did. Some high school graduation has taken place. A lot will take place this weekend, and then a few even after that. But this is the season where the class of 24 is going to exit, and they're all going to go their separate ways. And for most school districts, they will not come back together, at least for 5 years, in some cases 10 years, when they have a reunion. And if that's 10 years, it'll be 2034 when the class of 2024 gets back together. And they will have changed a lot. They will have started their careers. They will have started their families. They will all be at different places 10 years from now. You have a lot on your agenda this month and in June and in July about the direction of the seniors in the future. These are gone. There's not anything more that we're going to do, and there's a lot of celebration, a lot of tears. You know, if it's the first one, you're celebrating. If it's the last one, there's some tears, right? As you think about that journey, as what happened? They were just kindergartners just the other day. We'll talk some about your goals today, and how the work that we're asking you to do today and again over the next few months is so beneficial to that. I had the honor last Friday, and I'll digress a little bit. In my hometown, my current hometown, not the one I was born in McPherson, we have a very unique celebration I shared with you in the Friday notes that is 110 years old, called All Schools Day. Or May Day. We call it both. We interchange it. It was started in 1914 when the county superintendent asked all the county one-room schoolhouses to come to McPherson and stand at the end of Main Street, have a parade so he could bestow 8th grade diplomas and not have to travel to all the one-room schoolhouses. I won't say that, you can read into that whatever you want. And it still goes on. And Jim, I know, was participated this year, and I did not, but it's amazing when you're in that route to see how many people turn out. And always amazing that my kids, even when they were in college, wanted to come back to something that you think, oh, they're not going to ever want to come back to this. But it speaks to the celebration of schools and the celebration of youth. I was in Piper that day at Piper High School with their capstone projects for seniors. A remarkable celebration of seniors who had to present a project that they had been working on for well over a year, research project about their future, about how they were prepared for the future. And then we got to judge them. And so every senior, I think they have around 200 seniors, were in a capstone event. And it was just remarkable. And so I want to say congratulations both to McPherson and Piper and all of the schools as they get ready to exit seniors and the great work that they're doing. Also, my love of basketball, and I guess if you grow up in Kansas, you're supposed to have a love of basketball since Dr. Naismith invented the game and is honored at KU around that. I thought I'd share with you a couple of records that I think are just instructive as we think, especially about teachers and leaders that I'll talk to you a little bit about this morning. This coach, and I'm going to give you the basketball records, one loss, of the first year that these coaches were a head coach at the collegiate level. Okay? Not assistant coach, but head coach. This coach's first record was 10-18. The conference record was 2-12. You like that? Yeah, that's not real great. The next year, 13-15. That's the overall record, and the league record was 6-9. So that's the first 2 years. All right, just remember that, coach. Here's another coach. First year, 13-17. So good that coach left after that year and went to another school. First year at that school, 8-21 league record 3-13. Second year at that school, 14-18, league record 5-11. So good that that coach went to a third school, college. First year was 16-17 and a league record of 6-12. Two different coaches, one stayed at their, and the other went 3 different places. First coach, you may recognize, Don Staley, just won the national championship at South Carolina, undefeated championship in the girls' women's basketball. And the second was Danny Hurley, who won the men's championship. I point that out because you can look at Bill Self's record as a head coach in the first few years. When you start something and there's not a tradition of winning, you tend not to win. And so when we think about, new teachers coming into a classroom, you inherit something, or a principal coming into a building, and it takes time to turn these things around. It takes a lot of effort and time. And then if you do it right, 110 years later, you still celebrate like McPherson does with All Schools Day. But those first things are, we have to do a lot of work around that. I want to share with you your goals that you set just about a year ago for the 2 years, and then some of the work that we'll be talking about today. Provide an effective educator in every school district. If you want to talk about the number one issue facing Kansas in education in 2024, and I would argue facing the nation, is we have a lack of shortage of teachers, principals, superintendents, bus drivers, paras, and so it's a number problem, it's a talent problem. And so your first goal, you said we want to provide an effective educator. We want to increase the number of teacher candidates, and we want to make sure that candidate pool is really good. You're going to hear from Shane again today talk about our apprenticeship program, right? Where we hope to have, by the time the dust settles, 100 people in this cohort group. We hope to expand that over the next several years. Just at Topeka 501, and they had 10 high school seniors that wanted to be a teacher, and they were celebrating that. We had signing day all across Kansas. We need more of that. We need more people to talk about the honorable profession that it is, but your goal is you're seeing it in action. Sometimes when you get into the details, well, Shane, tell us, how many people are in it, how are they doing in the first year, all the details. We're trying to increase the number and the quality. Also, when we talked about Esther today, we have to increase our leadership development with principals and superintendents. As the average tenure of those people are much less than they were just 5 years ago, and we've got some allocation of resources to do that. So that's goal number one. Goal number two is to enhance each student's opportunities when they walk across the stage that they can execute anything that they want to do after high school. Right now, as you know, we are working with the Pentagon, and we have been to Washington, D.C., so that the Pentagon will release students that enlist in the military so that we can count those students as a viable path to go into. They have not done so to date, but we have great hope that they will do that in the very near future. You also said we want to decrease the number of students that are in level 1 on state assessments. That is a measure that you look at, and you know that students in level 1, particularly in reading in level 1, have limitations, or those students graduate less frequently and they go on to post-secondary attainment and anything less frequently, and you said we ought to decrease that percent and that number and increase the percent of students scoring in levels 3 and 4. You're going to hear from Ben and Kisa later on attacking that exact problem as we talk about it. You're going to hear from me later on talking about an investment in literacy and mathematics and assessment and training of teachers to address this problem. Again, same goal. We want to increase our graduation rate toward 95%. Many of our districts are at 95%, but we have some that are still around 80%. So if you just think about that, if you have 100 students who were going to walk across the stage and 10 did not make it, all right, to graduation, that was not uncommon in the 1950s or 1960s, not uncommon. today, it hampers the ability overall to gain economic viability. It doesn't prohibit it, it just hampers it. And we want to increase our post-secondary effectiveness towards 70 to 75%. Again, whatever they choose. Goal 3 then is to enhance our partnerships with families, communities, business, and policy stakeholders. And you've heard from some of our people that we want families to feel equipped and welcome to engage in their student success. The most challenging role that I've had as an individual is a parent. It's a humbling experience, especially after you raise a first one and then you get to the second or third. In our case, we only had 2, but you're like, I don't know about this. So we should be better, and I don't know that the kids. Grandkids are great. That's a whole different game when you're the grandparent. But it's a humbling experience. And I've said this before. I coached, and I taught, and I was a principal. And I watched one day, my daughter was a sophomore playing volleyball at McPherson High School. And all of a sudden, I'm listening to someone just yelling at the top of their line, who is it? This is my wife. And she was watching the game by only watching our daughter, right? And it struck me that is her world now. It's not watching everyone's daughter, it's watching our daughter. And that's because that's what's precious. And so we have to feel that emotion that families and caregivers feel equipped to engage us in how we can help make that work better. We also want to increase our partnerships with business and community. Again, you'll hear that both in KISA today and what Shane talks to you about. And finally, enhance the safety and security of school districts in Kansas. We are extremely fortunate that the last time we had an incident in Kansas where someone in school lost their life dates back in the mid-1980s. We haven't had someone who has lost their life to a school shooting or a bombing or threat since then. And we know that's happened in other states fairly recently. Cybersecurity, too, is continuing to wreak havoc. You see that happening with the hospitals right now and how they're having to divert. Next month, you're going to hear a report from John Calvert on all 286 of the plans of school districts and just the plans that they have and some of the issues around that. But we are serious about trying to help school districts in that endeavor. I bring these up today because the rest of the 2 days, albeit our celebration over at Brown versus Board of Topeka, are going to be about a lot of these goals and trying to bring them to happen for you with programming that you've asked us to do and that we're trying to do going forward. And so, Madam Chair, again, welcome to all of you today, and I stand for any questions.
Looking for questions. Board members? I see none online. Looks like you're off the hook. Thank you. Our next agenda item is the Citizens Open Forum. I now declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:21 a.m. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes, and because we have a long list of speakers today, excuse me, we will be cut off right at the 3-minute mark. Any board questions, actually, we won't, because of the topics that I know are going to be discussed today based on the cards, we won't be taking any board questions because the board needs to remain impartial. So I will read the name of the first speaker, or I should say the upcoming speaker, and then the subsequent speaker as I go through the stack here. Our first speaker is going to be Jamie Finkelday from Wichita, representing CARES.
They were supposed to be in order. That's the wrong order.
Hold on, I'm being told they're not in order. Deferring to my co-chair, just a moment.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Nick Compagnon will go first, followed by Jeff Andrews, and then James Bradshaw. Welcome.
Kansas representative for the Council to Advance Private Education, which is in Washington, D.C., and the affiliate is CARES, which Jamie is president of. We'd like to address a little bit as we move forward towards the new accreditation cycle, some concerns the private schools in our state are experiencing as we gear up to the new cycle. There are many of our private schools that have been accredited in our state, some for over 100 years. Starting with North Central, we evolved all the way to having a partnership from North Central Advanced Ed to Cognia. And along that way, there has always been some connection with accreditation with the state of Kansas. I've been in accreditation for over 15 years. We've evolved into different models. Some things have been really good experiences, and some have been growing pains. And but what we'd like to just outline this morning is that we've been trying to communicate some of the needs for private schools in the state of Kansas. First of all, we in the accreditation process, we have about 35,000 students that represents private schools in the state of Kansas. And in that accreditation, some are accredited by KISA, some are accredited by Cognia. We have one district accredited system by Cognia, and we have several schools that are individually accredited by Cognia and also by KISA. So there's a whole bunch of different models there, and sometimes difficult to coordinate. But we feel that the benefits of accreditation includes shows the improvement of progress. We have a partnership with states, and we try to have compliance for it. But one of the issues is the integrity of accreditation and the autonomy. And so the speakers beyond me are going to address some of those issues as it pertains to those. The Archdiocese of Kansas City could not be here, representative, and I have left their statement with them. So thank you for your attention this morning.
Thank you. Next up is Jeff Andrews, followed by James Bradshaw. Go ahead and read you the next one, and then Jamie Finkelday.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Andrews, Superintendent of Schools for the Catholic Diocese of Salina, and I'm going to talk about the accreditation process and aligning our standards. Progress towards improvement is continuous. As a diocese, we're always striving to improve. The schools of the Salina Diocese have been accredited in their secondary schools for over 100 years with NCA, and around 1993, all schools individually were accredited with Advanced Ed, which is now Cognia, and the state of Kansas. We have always strived for co-accreditation with Cognia and the state. The reason why we chose Cognia was the need for district accreditation. Cognia offered a platform to accommodate private schools in establishing district accreditation. Cognia also serves public schools in the state of Kansas. This model has helped with data analysis, program evaluation, and stakeholder surveys. Due to the size of our district staff, this is the most efficient way that we have been able to process the accreditation needs. During the most recent cycle we had, from 17 to 22, Cognia standards were aligned to KISA standards. Our schools were held individually accountable to those standards, and the Diocese of Salina handled the reporting on behalf of all the schools. During the cycle, questions were raised about our compliance in some areas due to a misunderstanding of the Cognia report. Fortunately, those concerns were addressed, and we received full accreditation from KISA. Cognia also granted us accreditation with distinction. In 2022, the Salina Diocese was one of 38 school systems to receive Cognia's System of Distinction for Excellence in Education. There were over 1,500 schools and systems eligible, and this includes both public and private schools, domestic and international. Our concern for the current cycle is the consistency in the alignment of KISA and Cognia standards. Our governance structure of our school system still respects the autonomy of local schools in serving the mission of their students. Cognia allows us to accomplish our accreditation goals, support our mission, and offer transparency in perceptions and progress made by our students. We are committed to our current cycle, and we are finishing up year 2. On the back of the handout I provided, you will see that our schools are going to be incorporating the 4 fundamentals into our improvement plan. Thank you.
Next is James Bradshaw. Jamie Finkelday will be next, and then Ross Mosteller. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is James Bradshaw. I serve as the superintendent for the Lutheran Schools of Kansas. Dear members of the Kansas State Board of Education, it's been a privilege to have served as the superintendent for the Lutheran Schools of Kansas over the course of these past 19 years. I was blessed to have stepped into a setting where a healthy relationship between the Lutheran schools and the State Board of Education had long been established. Through the efforts of my predecessors, our Lutheran schools benefited from the state's recognition of National Lutheran Schools Accreditation, otherwise known as NLSA, as an official accrediting agency in Kansas, as recent as the tenure of then Commissioner Andy Tompkins. Throughout these 2 decades, it has been a joy to work with 14 kindergarten through 8th grade schools positioned in rural, small town, suburban, and urban settings across the state of Kansas. The performance of our Lutheran schools has been stellar, as evidenced by exceptional test scores on the annual state assessments. The advent of the new KISA 2.0 brings some unique administrative challenges for our Lutheran schools. KSDE personnel have informed our school leaders that we will no longer receive accreditation at the building level, but are now being forced into a system-wide accreditation process. This runs counter to our governance model, as the Lutheran Schools of Kansas are governed by local congregations who are members of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. The Synod is not an ecclesiastical government exercising legislative or coercive powers, but respects the individual congregation's right to self-government. The schools operated by the local congregations are therefore autonomous. KISA 2.0 must allow flexibility on how our Lutheran schools can demonstrate adherence to the 4 fundamentals and the 6 lead indicators with respect to our governance. As I prepare to pass the baton to my successor, Reverend Daniel Grams, I want you to know 3 things. The Lutheran Schools of Kansas are committed to our unique identity as schools of excellence, grounded in the doctrine and practice of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. Number 2, the Lutheran Schools of Kansas want to express the value of being state board accredited and do not want to simply set that aside. And 3, the Lutheran Schools of Kansas prefer an outcome with the State Board of Education that NLSA accreditation is once again recognized either as co-accreditation with KISA 2.0 or as an accreditation recognized within the 3-tiered approach as proposed by the CARES organization. I want to thank each of you for the continued and valued partnership in education. Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Finkelday is up next, followed by Ross Mosteller, and then Amy Sudbeck. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Jamie Finkelday. I am the Associate Superintendent for the Catholic Diocese of Wichita and the President of the CARES organization. Historically, Kansas has always had a 2-tier accreditation system. Either your school was accredited or not. Most of the long-standing KSDE regulations and legislative laws just say accredited schools shall or accredited schools shall not. And that was always read as state-accredited schools shall or shall not. About 90% of private schools in the state of Kansas are KISA accredited. But within the last decade or so, both KSDE regulations and state laws have begun to recognize a 3-tier accreditation system. Namely, either you're state accredited, accredited by a nationally recognized accrediting agency, or not accredited. For example, the tax credit scholarship is open only to schools who are either state accredited or accredited by a nationally recognized organization. In fact, KSDE created an approval list of nationally recognized accrediting agencies, which includes ASCI, the National Lutheran Accreditation, ICES, and more recently Lumen, which is a National Catholic Accreditation organization. Almost all private schools in Kansas are accredited by one of these accrediting agencies. Another example is MHIT, the Medical Health Grant Bill that just passed the legislature, or the KEEP bill, or multiple other bills. They all specify they are open only to either state-accredited private schools or schools that are accredited by nationally recognized agency. That's what we mean by a three-tier system. Likewise, even some of your own regulations have recognized this three-tiered system. SR 91203 allows initially licensed persons to complete their required mentoring while employed in either a state board accredited school or in a school that is accredited by national accrediting agencies. Unfortunately, this three-tiered recognition does not extend to all areas. That same regulation continues. Recognition of these accrediting agencies is applicable only for the purpose of completing mentoring to move from an initial to professional license. Specifically, it does not apply to district PDC committees and awarding the approval of college credit or hours for relicensure. The awarding of these hours are reserved to approved PDC committees in only state-accredited schools. What we are asking is for you to consider going forward that future regulations be considered in terms of a three-tiered accreditation system, not automatically defaulting to our historical two-tiered system. Some regulations might need to be reserved to state-accredited schools, but most would be applicable to either state-accredited or accredited by a nationally recognized accrediting agencies. We want you to be aware that the Professional Standards Board has created a working group to consider regulation to change to better align the licensure issues with accreditation, specifically considering the change to allow the PDC committees located in schools accredited by an approved national agency to be permitted to sign off on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, I want to make sure I didn't skip anybody, Ross Mosteller, followed by Amy Sidbeck. Welcome.
Good morning, State Board of Education. My name is Ross Mosteller. I am a parent in Bern, Kansas, in Nemaha County, and represent the Bern community as well as USD 115 as part of our reason here today. I come before you today to talk about your consideration and help in completing the process of KSA 72532, the authorization to transfer school territory. Ultimately, it's my understanding that the Board of Education has the authority to hear these arguments and will be in the future for a dispute that continues in our region. My community and my school of choice finds ourselves in that situation. Our story begins in 2010, and I have shared my long story with you via email. I'm not going to go into that. But essentially, when the Bern School was closed in 2012, we were given the promise that the land could follow the students, and that's a promise that has not been followed through with. Ultimately, the request was voted down by the giving district, USD 113. The superintendent at 115 at the time did not wish to pursue the current statute of 72532. And when I called the State Department of Education, was told that as a landowner, an individual, I simply had no ability to work to move the land and to have that transfer. So you fast forward to 2023, USD 113 has closed their third attendance center at Wetmore and offering to transfer the southern portion of their district to Jackson Heights. Our landowner group got re-energized with 115, 335, and 380. Since 2012, 2/3 of the Bern students have attended school in Seneca, and the actual head count has grown over those years. This is our home school, and even though out of district, my senior and high school twins will be graduating at Nemaha Central next year and have attended there since kindergarten. It's really the only school they've known. I've been through the process of asking a local giving board of education to follow through on a promise that was made, and that failed. I've asked for help from the receiving district to help us get our land transferred. That's failed. I've been through the process of working through mediation with a state-appointed mediator. That process failed. We just had a public hearing where nobody from my community, the Bern community, spoke against this transfer. And I'm ultimately just asking, does 72-532 work, and will you all help us bring representation to my community and to us that have asked for this for over 10 years. So appreciate your time and thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Sudbeck, followed by Josh Nye. I think I can read that. Welcome.
Members of the State Board of Education, my name is Amy Sudbeck. I am the president of the USD 115 Board of Education. I'm here today to discuss concerns that have been raised by your constituents pertaining to the USD 115 land transfer petition. In an email, the hearing officer for this case, Mr. Scott Gordon, explained that USD 115 could come in front of the board today, but that it would be a waste of our time because you would not even know what we were talking about. I doubt very much that you do not know anything about the land transfer petition between 115 and 113. With the time I am allotted, I would like to address a list of concerns from taxpayers whom this land transfer affects. In a petition as important as this, decisions that can be defended by this board cannot be made without all the facts. USD 115 has worked tirelessly to obtain facts and keep feelings out of our decision to move forward with the land transfer petition. We have been advised by Mr. Gordon not to speak to the State Board, and that the State Board has been advised not to speak to us. In no surprise, opposing counsel was very much on board with neither side being allowed to speak to the publicly elected board. The less you know, the more it benefits them. Of even more concern is that when a community member called to speak to the State Board member he helped elect, that board member expressed that they had been advised not to speak to their own taxpaying public on this matter. Moreover, a motion to present oral arguments to the State Board was filed by counsel for 115. It was almost immediately returned and rejected by the hearing officer. Thus far, it has not been found whether the filing was ever presented or considered by the State Board itself. Scott Gordon made that call, and did the board even know that oral arguments were requested? From the public's angle, they are very concerned that this is an effort to silence them. The people are very willing to speak for themselves, and as an elected official myself, I take very seriously the ability to talk to the people I represent. Exactly whose bidding am I doing if I am not listening to the taxpayers and merely keeping my attention turned to one single individual offering me their advice? US 115 very much respects the position of the board to act as the jury, so to speak, in this matter. However, a defendable position cannot be made without facts. As elected officials, it is our duty to make informed decisions. If you have not watched the public hearing, watch it. It is the best way to one single person that resides in the area petition for transfer came to the meeting and asked for their land to stay with 113. Not one. This land transfer in no way creates an inequity to the transferring district, and to pretend otherwise is disingenuous. Lastly, these are maps that represent the area being asked for transfer and students residing in those districts. They have never once been refuted by the opposing side. I would like to pass them to you now, and thank you for your time.
And our final speaker will be Josh, is it Nay? Nye. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Josh and I am an attorney. I've represented USD 115 throughout the process of the potential petition leading up to the filing of that petition in February of this year. My comments are limited to the procedural posture of where we find ourselves in trying to advance something that's somewhat novel for the state, at least within the last 25 years. The last significant unilateral transfer petition I believe that this board has considered was in 2000 when Abilene filed a petition, and that transfer was ultimately approved over the hearing officer's recommendations that recommended denial of transfer. And so in following that procedural history and sitting in this very room a few months ago, scanning in that entire case file that Mr. Gordon graciously made available based on a records request, the concern is basically that we find ourselves in May the last chance to talk to you before you will consider a petition that spans over a year, over $100,000 on both sides being invested in this, countless volunteer hours, countless hours of trying to come to the table to find agreement informally, and then in mediation in December over the course of 2 years or 2 days that my client paid for. That mediation for just the opportunity to reach agreement, and now finally in the actual litigation of this petition. And so when the scheduling order came out early in the process after the filing of the February 15th petition, it was anticipated that there'd be a hearing officer schedule, and then ultimately that hearing recommendation would be submitted to you. I think generally there was an expectation that that would be submitted by this meeting, so at least we would have a month to kind of sort out what are the recommendations, et cetera. And so I certainly don't envy Hearing Officer Gordon's place in trying to consolidate a huge record compiled over the course of many months from both sides into recommendations. But ultimately, I think that because it's your decision, that you should hear from, at the very least, the parties in a similar way of, the Supreme Court reviewing the initial determination of a district court or a court of appeals. So I'm here today to refile directly with you petitioner USD 115's motion for oral argument before the State Board of Education, in which we request 30 minutes for each side to present to you during your June meeting before you deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you. The State Board Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:43 a.m. Thank you to our speakers for sharing your views with the board. The State Board will determine if any of the issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting. We will now take a break. Check the time here. We will be back at 10:55. Fort Hays Teaching Program highlights. So I want to welcome Mrs. Rachel Wentling, Director of Field Experiences, Dr. Jerry Brooks, Assistant Professor in Advanced Education Programs, Kyler Barlow, Academic Program Specialist, and Dr. Janet Stramel, Professor, Teacher Education. Welcome.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Board of Education, and Dr. Watson, thank you for having us here today. On behalf of the College of Education and Fort Hays State University and Dean Adams, me and my colleagues are here to share with you some of the highlights of our partnerships and pathways that Fort Hays can offer to our K-12 school districts. I wanted to give you a visual of where Fort Hays State sits in the state of Kansas. As you can see, Fort Hays is probably the only public institution west of Salina, and you can see in the orange area, the area of Kansas that Fort Hays serves. As a result of this, we have strong partnerships across a wide area of Kansas with our K-12 school districts. Fort Hays has a strong and robust virtual program, and that has been well known. What is maybe not as well known is that it has been in place and effectively educating our students for over 2 decades. Because of this, I wanted to share a little bit about the way our school programs and policies were developed before and what we need to maybe consider now. Our traditional teacher candidate profile that many of us think of when we consider our college students, our teacher candidates, are young, fresh out of college or fresh out of high school, on campus, usually still dependents of their parents, and currently that population makes up about 25 to 30% of our students in the College of Education. Our virtual student population makes up 70 to 75%. These are more non-traditional candidates. Oftentimes, these candidates are a second career, retired military, returning to college, financially independent, they work full-time, and oftentimes have dependents of their own. I want to also share with you that 85% of our graduates stay in Kansas and 50% of them stay west of Salina. Fort Hays, over all these years, has demonstrated innovation and evolution to respond to the needs of our students and our future candidates for teachers. Education has continued to offer a changing landscape, and we create the partnerships and pathways to get passionate educator candidates into the pipeline and respond to the needs of our K-12 partners. I'd like to turn it over to Kyler Barlow, who's going to share a little bit more about our transition to teaching program.
Good morning. Like Rachel said, my name is Kyler Barlow. The Online Transition to Teaching program is a partnership between FHSU, the candidates, their school district, and KSDE. The program began in 2003 to address the national teacher shortage, and it has seen steady increase in the number of yearly participants. Today, over 1,500 candidates have completed the program through FHSU and obtained their teaching license. In the fall of 2022, Fort Hays State University partnered with the Kansas City, Kansas School District to create the Kansas City, Kansas Fellows Program. Candidates in that cohort are on a fast track, and they obtain their teaching license and master's degree in a 2-year time frame. In the past 5 years, we have had 11 Kansas Horizon Award winners, and we have also received notification that 3 transition to teaching teachers were awarded the Teacher of Promise Award within that time span. Now, I'd like to briefly go over the requirements governed by KSDE for the T2T program. While in the program, candidates teach on a restricted teaching license. Candidates must hold a bachelor's or master's degree in the content area they're interested in teaching, or have equivalent coursework in the area for which the restricted license is sought. And they need at least a 2.75 GPA on their last 60 credit hours taken. Candidates also must pass the appropriate praxis exam for their content area. The Transition to Teaching program has rolling start dates, so candidates can begin in the summer, fall, or spring semesters. When a candidate begins depends on when they are hired to teach and when they meet all of their requirements. that means that we are always accepting applications for this program. FHSU recently implemented the Elementary Education Transition to Teaching program for the grade levels of pre-K through 6, and we are also involved with the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship program. We are eager to get our Registered Teacher Apprenticeship program off the ground and rolling this fall. Thank you.
And I'm Janet Stramel, and I want to talk to you about our recruiting for math and science teachers. This map is nothing that you don't already know, the rurality of Kansas and that vastness. And Fort Hays is in the western rural part of the state. And that poses a lot of unique challenges, limited access to resources and technology, but most especially recruiting and retaining high quality teachers. And so we at Fort Hays do keep that in the forefront as we're trying to recruit not only all teachers, but also math and science teachers. So we've been fortunate in the last 10 to 15 years to receive some National Science Foundation NOIS scholarships grants. Our first one was awarded to candidates who wanted to teach math and science and then serve in a rural school. If they take the $15,000 scholarship for 2 years, then they must teach in a high needs rural school district for 4 years. And with that first grant, we awarded a total of 33 scholarships. 18 math teachers and 15 science teachers stayed in Kansas to teach in rural schools. In the second grant, we awarded 29 scholarships. 18 of those were math teachers and 11 science teachers, and they are currently teaching in the state of Kansas. And then our newest project is we're calling CREST, Certified Rural Enhanced STEM Teachers, and we are planning to recruit and support not only Fort Hays students, but also students at community colleges who want to complete a STEM major coupled with a secondary education major. So we just received word 2 weeks ago that we received this grant, and we are in the planning stages of that. But we are well aware that we are being a steward of place by providing education and career needs for rural western Kansas. And then a long-term benefit of this new grant will be a rural teaching certificate program, not only for our math and science majors, but for any education major that wants more in-depth preparation to excel in their rural communities. And we are ready to award 6 to 8 scholarships for the fall semester, and that will also be about $15,000. We also have a post-baccalaureate program to increase the number of science teachers in rural communities, and that stipend is $22,685 to complete their coursework post-baccalaureate, and so far 6 stipends have been awarded. We're very proud of the work that we're doing at Fort Hays State University to recruit math and science teachers. And another thing that we're doing this year is we're calling it a Small Town Big Impact Conference, and we're inviting early career teachers, and we appreciate that Dr. Watson will be our keynote speaker this year. That's on June 13th.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Brooks. I'm the program coordinator for the High Incidence Special Education Program. And as you know, special education teachers are in desperate need. And so we have 3 partnerships that we strategically developed. The first one is Kansas City, Kansas Schools, and it started in 2018 before the one that Kyler was talking about with the transition to teaching. And then we have the Shawnee Mission School District, and we also do Goddard School District. And all 3 of those are in population areas where we can increase the diversity of our program, by gender and by, ethnicity. So those are really strategic partnerships. We're on the 3rd cohort with Kansas City, Kansas. We're starting our 3rd cohort, with Shawnee Mission in August. And Goddard is a fluid kind of a cohort. It's just, they're coming to us as they can find the teachers to put into the program. I could talk about special education all day. It's my passion. I was a special education teacher in the schools for 40 years and then kind of fell into the Fort Hays job. But our limited residency license program started in June 18 with the very first pilot. I don't know, it was the state board announced that it was available in the spring. We started pilot in June. Since that time, we've stuck with it. We've got the second pilot going. Now it's an alternate route to licensure. But we have placed 400 special education teachers in Kansas through our program. And I think that's pretty, I'm really happy with that. I want it to stay that robust. The first pilot was 50 people total, and now we're doing cohorts in the summer and the fall. We're hitting 70 in the summers. Fall is a little bit different. It's usually 35, simply because they have to complete the first 2 courses in order to get their limited residency license. So they can't get licensed till January. So the school districts are really pushing the people to come into the program in June so they can have that license when school starts in August. We also offer now a limited residency license for low incidence, and I'm proud to say we were the first one in Kansas to be approved for that program. We have a cohort of 25 that's in the program, and it's going okay. It's, anytime you do something for the first time, it's a little rough. There's a little, few little things we're still tweaking, but it's going pretty well. Special education, trying to find the button. Special education is a really difficult job, and we know that the national attrition rate is 5 years and the career is done. So it's a revolving door always. So we've done some things to help with that. One of the things that we're doing that the state board is a big push on is the science of reading. And so we require a science of reading course that teachers take their second semester while they're in the program. We have a state-approved assessment that they complete. We also are partnering with Phillips Foundation, their Fundamental Learning Center in Wichita, and that provides a 15-hour certificate for parents and families and teachers if they want to learn the science of reading. Transition to teaching, the alternate pathway. There's science of reading is included in that program now because we have restructured the secondary English program so that they're addressing it. The building administration, we're working on modules to create it there so that the principals and superintendents leaving our program also have the science of reading foundation. It's in children's literature. We're doing it everywhere we can that we feel it's going to make an impact on students. And those are all the graduate programs. At the undergraduate level, the Foreign Language and Literacy Institute serves approximately 200 families a year. So, if you can serve a family, that's affecting all the children in that family. So it's really important. But, it's free literacy training and tutoring. The teacher education students in the baccalaureate program provide those services as far as doing the tutoring. And then they can do it online or they can do it in person. So, thank you.
So you've heard from our experts in our various programs. I'd also like to highlight our Masters of Education for elementary and secondary education has offered a boost to get candidates in their second careers in education as teachers in the field. We are currently implementing our registered teacher apprenticeship to roll out in fall of '24 and to help build a robust pool of teacher candidates. So what will be next? As the education landscape changes, we must continue to adapt and innovate. With partnerships that were shared with community colleges and the Fort Hays online program, we are ripe to develop grow your own programs in rural communities. Dr. Watson mentioned the strategic goal, number 1, in his opening remarks, and the Fort Hays State University College of Education is hosting on June the 6th, an education summit for West Central Kansas. And we're going to be tackling these topics that are so important to our K-12 districts. At this time, I have over 50 people registered for the conference already: superintendents, principals, human resources directors, special education directors, public board members, K-12 educators, and our Fort Hays State University College of Education faculty and staff members. It ranges from Elkhart to Sharon Springs to Norton to Salina to Nickerson. So we're covering a huge area of the state and representing their needs. We're going to wrestle with the barriers to recruitment, getting our passionate people into the education pipeline, and then we're going to identify strategies for retention in the future. We invite any and all of you to participate in the discussion and hear from our rural school districts, our K-12 partners, on what they're really up against. So thank you for allowing us to share our innovations, our pathways, and our partnerships that Fort Hays continues to build and develop to support robust, qualified, and prepared pool of Kansas educators. At this time, we open it up for any questions.
Thank you all for making the journey to be here and for your presentation today. I'll start with Kathy.
So glad to see you guys. This is exciting. I have been talking to Phillips Fundamental Learning Center recently, and so they were telling me about your partnerships as well that are brand new, I understand, right? You just started this fall with some of that, with the micro-credentials, right? And the dyslexia intervention course and early literacy workshops. And what was really exciting to me about that is that it was being offered to paraprofessionals. I mean, like, you're just hitting everybody and anybody, and can still be college credits if they want it to be as well. So I was just really excited to see that and wanted to really amplify that with you so that you can get more and more people involved in all of that. That's really very outstanding. And to hear that obviously you are working very hard to get science of reading in every part of that. So our pre-service teachers are getting it. Do you also work hard on the mentoring piece? Because I know the students go into the classrooms, especially traditional. But is that something that's also being looked at as far as who's mentoring them to be sure because I think that could be difficult if they're learning one thing, but then they walk into a classroom and they're seeing something else.
Right, that's something we're evaluating right now on how we're going to ensure that our candidates are placed in classrooms with mentor teachers that exhibit the skills and the practices that we want them to be experiencing. I assumed the role of director 9 months ago, so that's been on my task list. I believe that's going to be a big summer project for me.
Wow. Well, congratulations on the role.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here for the drive.
I can add to that as far as the graduate programs go. Because all of the graduate programs, all of our teachers are leaving with the science of reading foundations of literacy. They know that already.
Yeah.
They're mentored, but not as closely as those in the undergraduate program. So they're actually helping the other teachers. Like if a building principal knows about the science of reading and is active helping his teachers learn it. So there's trickle-down effect also.
Absolutely. We need it at every level. Yeah. Thank you. Really appreciate you guys.
And Ma.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Had a couple of questions. I like the idea of having the recruitment and retention conference. We did that. I don't know why we don't do that anymore, but anyway, I hope you put a lot of emphasis on stopping the bleeding. If we could keep teachers, we wouldn't have to worry about recruiting so much, and there are a lot of very good reasons why they leave that we need to pay attention to. And some of them are in our you might have seen it, our Blue Ribbon Task Force report, particularly for rural areas, because a lot of times I'll go talk to local board members and they won't even have heard of that report or that there were any recommendations in there for local districts as to how they could retain the people they have. Several years ago, we passed a unified license so you could come out with a bachelor's degree teaching special ed. Are you guys offering that license? And if not, why not?
We don't, and I don't know why not. Our K-6 people can minor in special education, and so they can teach special education K-6, the elementary teachers. So that would be as close to it as what we get. Our program for the advanced or graduate program is a pre-K-12 program, and there's only one other pre-K-12 special education program in the state, and that's at Friends. So we're focusing, that's the program that I deal with. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know what we heard was that a lot of people want to come in and do special ed, but they get their degree, they go to work, and they go, I'm not going back for my master's. And so that's why we came up with the unified license, so they could come out and go right to teaching sped, but I'm not hearing any colleges doing it, so.
Yeah, we, our elementary education do pursue the sped minor. We have upwards of about anywhere from between 10 and 20 students completing the program each semester with that elementary ed sped minor. And then we also have the early childhood unified program that they serve birth to grade 3. And so
Okay.
they do come out with that unified special education option as well.
Great, thank you. I had one other question on the transition to teaching program. I was wondering if you could make any change to that, what would it be?
Yeah, no, that is a good question.
This is the one I worry about the most, and it's only because my daughter-in-law went through it.
I think just personally, I think what I would change, so students take 24 graduate credit hours to get their license, and then they have the option to take 4 more courses, with 12 more hours to get a master's degree.
Right.
They're so close. I mean, I would just like to see students, get the master's.
Yeah, I think we ought to reduce those hours. I don't know. The thing that bothers me more about it, though, is my daughter-in-law had a geology degree, and she decided she wanted to teach high school science. Okay, so anyway, the first day she ever saw kids, she was the teacher of record teaching kids. There was no student teaching experience whatsoever. It's just like dropped her right in. The worst part was she went to the school district 2 weeks before school started and found out they had no curriculum. So she had to write the science curriculum based on the standards they handed her, go out online, find all the materials, figure out how to teach from day one. She had a mentor the first year. The second year, there was no mentor. And she was at Fort Hays. I don't know if I could encourage you to do anything, follow up on these districts and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing on their end, because I guarantee you some of them aren't. I don't know why she's teaching today. She has iron will, I guess. Yeah, well, I can tell you she's thinking about not teaching, but this program worries me more than any. That I'm wondering, maybe the first semester, should they be co-teaching with somebody? More supervision that first semester? I don't know, something to think about.
That is something to think about. And one thing that we have done fairly recently, within the last year and a half, typically the students were taking an induction course, and we were having them take that in the summer. And so it was really, preparing them, telling them what to expect right when they're first teaching their first fall. And now we offer that every semester. So, I said students can start in the summer, fall, or spring. If they're starting in the middle of the year, for example, in the spring, we now have them take that induction course just, for a little more preparation.
Yeah, but there isn't anything like being there, standing in front of a group of kids, other than standing in front of a group of kids. So anyway, something to think about. I think about that program a lot. So
Just want to thank you. I say this all the time whenever I speak. There's some really important problems that we have in front of us in education, and I think they're left open for us to solve, right? And so I just appreciate the willingness of Fort Hays State. We say it all the time, can you think differently? But we're all going to have to think differently about how to solve this problem, and you're doing that. And I think we continue to try to push all of us. What is that? Because we're trying to enhance quality and quantity, and those are difficult things to balance as we do this. So thank you for just being a part of the discussion and being a part of really trying to move the field forward in all your efforts.
Chair Hoss, if I could, that's one of the things that I've been able to personally see is the responsiveness that Fort Hays has to every superintendent. I mean, any administrator that's having conversation with them, they truly take it in, the comments, the suggestions, the whole thing, and you watch them try to make things better with those comments from people who are in the field. And so that's really exciting. It was great to also hear about all the STEM, the science, the math. It's obviously very needed. Thank you.
Thank you again, and nice work putting all of that into such a short presentation. I learned a lot. Thank you very much. Our next item is number 8, School Mental Health Committee update. And if Trish Bachman is in the room, I will welcome you up. There she is. Good morning.
Good morning. I know Eric's getting my slides up. Madam Chairperson, members of the board, and those who are online as our members, I just want to thank you guys so much for the invite to come and talk with you about what we've been doing with school mental health over this last school year. It has been a very busy lot of highs and lows, because that's what we do in school mental health, right? We ride the waves and we help keep kids moving forward, as well as our educators and our people in our buildings moving forward. Let me pull this out. All right, when we talk about mental health, it's just important to remember that mental health is health. When we talk about mental health, we're not talking about mental illness. I always try and remind people mental illness starts with I, and mental wellness is we. So when we're talking about mental health, we're talking about looking at the whole child, not just a test like a state assessment score or just one piece of that kid, but the whole kid, which means their mind, body, spirit, who they're connected with their family, what are the connections that they have in their community, and not just inside the building. So focus is definitely learning centered. So taking kids where they are the moment that they start in that classroom in August, and then helping and watch them grow throughout the whole entire school year. So it's focusing on learning and growth. And safety comes from us helping them build their protective factors. A lot of kids, we know what their risk factors are, but we don't always focus on what are the protective factors that they do have in place. Like, what are their connections? Who are their people? What activities are they involved in? What are their abilities? So looking at the ability-centered approach. So when we do that, we try and connect teachers and educators in the classrooms with our TASN projects, which MHIT is not a TASN project, but I am going to talk about that down the road. We have ATBS is our autism and tertiary behavior systems supports. Then we also have our multi-tiered systems of support, and then our school mental health implementation team. And then what our TASN projects do when they're supporting the educators and administrators that are out in the classrooms is they help students develop from where they are at their baseline and grow the skills and empower not just the students, but the teachers to match the kids with the abilities where they're at and help them soar. So, MHIT, it's been a huge topic of conversation in my world this year because they serve a lot of schools. We started out with 6 schools when they first started. Currently, this map shows the schools that they're actually in now in Kansas. And these are courtesy of John Calvert and Angie Brungart. I get to ride the tales of their glory. Angie Brungart is our field coordinator. She oversees 90 different liaisons that are in the schools. So one person with a caseload that works here for KSDE part-time overseeing 90 liaisons. So a lot of confusion of what MHIT is, so I just wanted to make sure we clear that up just one little bit. MHIT liaisons are people who have a bachelor's degree, not necessarily in education, but they have a bachelor's degree and they literally liaise for the school between the teachers, the administrators, the parents, the students, and the outside community-based mental health or behavioral health centers so that they can come in and be a part of their school day, and they build that into their internal school system. And in my 25 years of education, I don't know, I think our Hayes people left, but I am a 25-year special educator. And so I have seen where my kiddos have to go, for example, Monday nights group therapy, Tuesday nights family therapy, Wednesdays individual therapy, and Thursday night is where they do some play activity. So it's not all therapy, and they do that every week. So with our MHIT liaisons, they're able to bring that outside service into the school, help them build those social protective factors, skills into lesson plans, into the structures that they're doing. Like, how are you working with this kid who's struggling with problem solving? Okay, if this kid's struggling with decision making, how are we working with that within your lessons, and then focusing on that so that they're seeing that this is everywhere you go. It's not just in our therapy setting. It's not just when you end up in trouble and in the principal's office talking about we're not practicing good problem solving skills. So the liaison's job is just to work with the people that are in the school and connect to the outside services. So they do an amazing job providing. Now this year, the numbers that we have here for our 66 districts that we had in 22-23, we had 6,014, but now we're in 90 districts. So the number of kids that we're serving right now, we don't have an updated number because we would only have what we had in December. And kids are constantly being added. So the services that kids are provided in the schools only happen if a parent approves it. So the first person that the school reaches out to is the parent, which means if the parent says, hey, we have a youth pastor, we have somebody that they get therapy from in our community. It can be through Medicaid, it can be private insurance, or even a pay per service. It's whoever the parent approaches on their own or the parent agrees to partner with is the person that's going to be brought into the school. So it's not a one size fit all. And some of the schools don't have people locally, so they'll give approval for maybe like a teletherapy. But the parents get to vet who their kid is working with. It's not just the school picks one person and that's the person that provides for every kid in the district. So it's very individualized. So what has happened this year that's made me and Angie and John have a lot of conversations is House Bill 2669. Last summer, I believe we came in and we presented to you on the effects that we've been seeing with the data with mental health when we have schools who are engaged in the MHIP program. Well, we did 3 meetings with the Joint Commission last summer, and we really wanted, instead of this to be a grant or a proviso bill, we really wanted every school who wanted to be able to engage with this to have access to these liaisons and the services that they can connect the schools to. And the House said, you know what, we agree, this is like really important. The Education Committee said, let's take a look at this. And so they came back and they proposed, instead of a proviso bill, we want to codify this into law. And so certainly it looks like it's going to get done. Of course, we're waiting for the sessions to end and the governor to sign off on everything. But it is also getting shifted from the State Department of Education with where it's worded currently to the Department of, it's KDADS, which is the Department of Aging and Disability Services. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about my work with the partnerships with all the other agencies in the state, but there's pros and cons to everything that we do when we work with multiple agencies within a school building. This is going to be a huge benefit for our Kansas kids because KDADS, they are over all behavior health and mental health in the state from infancy throughout the whole child's childhood, all the way through supporting the parents and to the end stages of life. So this will be that consistency of care throughout the lifespan. So there's a lot of benefits if this does pass. Okay, our interagency partnerships. What we want within all of our agencies is not to be seen as this is what KSDE does, this is what KDHD does, this is what DCF does. We want to work together as one cohesive unit. So one of the ways we do that is we have our Special Ed Advisory Council. And you guys have heard from SEAC. When I first got to present to you guys, it was like 3 years ago when I was on SEAC. And this brings people from agencies across the state and small size, mid-size, and large size schools, as well as people who have lived experience with a disability and parents who have children with a disability, as well as teachers who are in the field. So it's a wide, diverse group of stakeholders so that when we're making decisions about anything with special education or with mental health, we're considering all the angles and all the people that it's going to impact. Another group that we have is our School Mental Health Advisory Council. So this is very similar to SEAC, where 51%, both of those groups, because it's legislated, both with SEAC, we followed that lead. 51% or more of the people who are on the committee have to either be a parent or a student or a person who has a mental health diagnosis. So on Mental Health Advisory Council, we have members from the Senate, from the House. We have people from all the different agencies. We have managed care organizations. So instead of teachers, we have people that are out there doing the mental health and behavioral health roles in the community, and they all sit on this council. And so Betty, who is online, I think I saw her in one of the magic squares. She's not able to be here, but she's my person. She is the person that oversees our committee. So that's one of her pieces of work. And our job is to advise her of the unmet needs throughout the state so that she can let you guys know. So I know that she's brought like behavior threat assessment. We've talked about discipline. We've talked about all kinds of different topics. And a lot of that has been brought from Betty because the people in the state have brought it to her through this committee. Now, a new thing is we are Kansas. I know we say that we lead the way in the world. We are leading the way in the United States in this area right here. We were selected as one of 9 states to participate in a Policy Lab Academy. And what that is we have partners, and I get to be the chosen person from KSDE, but we have DCF, KDADS, KDHE, Department of Corrections, myself. So we have a person from each of those agencies, and we're coming together to learn what other states are doing with their policies, with the practices they're putting in place working with people and families, and what procedures kind of provide like the on-ramps and the off-ramps for when a kid might be needing mental health or behavioral health services. And then when is it appropriate for people to maybe back off or lessen the supports and make sure that the family is fully empowered so that they can step forward and live functionally and flourish in their communities. So this Policy Lab team gets together and we talk about the things that each of our agencies have in place. And this has been my passion for coming to KSDE, is making sure we don't have 5 agencies doing 5 different things and nobody knows what the other person's doing, or we have 5 people doing the same job when we could have one person, but all of us talking together. And our job is really trying to connect the dots. And another group that I sit on is the Council for Juvenile Justice Administrators, and this is a really specified group that works with mental health and trying to keep people who have mental health concerns out of the justice system if they haven't really participated in criminal behavior. If they have, then that is the appropriate placement due to judges' sentencing, but this is very much proactive work on how we can work with getting them mental health and behavioral health help or substance abuse treatment help in order to reduce the amount of crimes that we're seeing in our communities and provide adequate supports to people out there in their communities. So this committee is also being a member of this, we're part of all 50 states. So we get to hear what other states are doing and then go, oh yeah, we haven't thought of looking at it this way. Maybe we could incorporate, and so it's a learning collaborative where we're constantly learning from one another. And then this group that I'm a part of is the Governor's Behavioral Health Services Planning Committee. And this has members from all the state agencies as well as the executive directors and the leads from the managed care organizations, our psychiatric residential treatment facilities, and basically talking about, what is staffing looking like? What are programs that we are offering? What are things that we need to maybe let go of? And what are things that we could possibly bring in to provide supports to our students as well as our families? So I'm not going to read all these to you, but these are other work groups that KSDE is involved in, and I sit on monthly meetings with all these different groups. One of them that you guys might find really interesting is our KS Kids Map group, and that is one I feel very privileged to sit and listen to, but I very rarely have a lot of input to it because they're talking about some of the most critical cases in the state of Kansas. And what I get to listen to is the doctors and the psychiatric treatment facilities and the heads that are running those programs talk about how does this look. And the reason I really enjoy that group is because we talk a lot about what does this look like when the kid comes back to school? And that's the question I continuously get to ask at that table, because how do we help them successfully transition, and what is going to set them up for success so they don't continually end up in hospitalization settings? So on that note, we updated the toolkit last year and we brought that to you guys, I think, August. This is the cover of what it looks like. And in the PowerPoint, the link that you guys have, if you click that blue link there, you can open that up. We have not printed, I know when they came out, I brought some in and put them on your guys' desk for a board meeting. And we did not print these because they're 125 pages. And the reason we didn't is because we want schools to take a look at what are your protocols. While it's called the Suicide Prevention, Intervention, Reintegration, and Postvention Toolkit, it really is our mental health crisis plan for the state. If you have a kiddo that's in crisis, most of the answers that you need for what a school should be doing, you can find a lot of those answers for just guidelines and protocols in this book. The piece that I really was adamant that we needed to get added into was that reintegration piece. And because of my work with kids with mental health and violent aggressive behaviors for 25 years, it's a piece that has commonly been missing. So how do we get them back into the school setting when they've been in JDC waiting for their court hearing? Or what do we do when they need to leave? How do we provide them adequate services when they're at a psychiatric residential treatment facility? Because we want them to still continue learning and making academic progress, and not everything stops and now they're behind their same age peers when they come back. So one of the things we worked on in this was making sure we had common language. We had a major crisis on our hands in the mental health area because with House Bill 2567, a lot of people were fearful to talk to kids that were in mental health crises in the classroom, because you have to have 4 months prior notice from parents. But what happened was they came through and they said, this is not actually the way that law reads. And so they wrote a special, I don't want to say provision, but like an amendment to that. But that message did not get very clearly communicated to our mental health professionals in the school or to our administrators. Dr. Watson did an amazing job in his opening letter of our toolkit saying, if you are hired by a school and you think that somebody is having a really hard time, talk to them. Like, it's your responsibility. You're a school employee. Say, hey, how's it going? What's up with you? You know, just make that connection with a kid. If we saw a kid that fell on the playground and scuffed his knee, we would help him go get a Band-Aid. We're just asking if there's any kind of a crisis going on. So in order to have consistent language with all of our professionals that I sit with on all of those other meetings, when we're saying the word assessment, that means something totally different to our clinically licensed, trained professionals. So we had a video that we made introducing the toolkit that they can use for Jason Flatt training. And basically we said, if you are doing a screening, I'm just going to ask you some questions based on your yes and no. We may go a little bit more in depth, and I may think that there's possibly a crisis at hand. But if you're saying no to most of this, then we're just going to have a conversation and check in, why would you say things like this that cause people around you to have some concerns? And then we move about the day. But when we're saying we're doing an assessment, that is a clinical licensed psychiatric diagnosis. That is not the school's job. Very few schools have those trained professionals in their facility. We are supposed to keep them safe, keep them with us, make sure parents immediately know what's going on, and let the parents get them to the help that the parents want them to have so that they can get stabilized and get the crisis to decrease. And then let us know what we can do to continue to support them in their setting so that they're continuing with their education and with their life. This protocol and discriminating between the word screener and assessment, it literally has saved lives. We were hearing stories about people not asking kids things because they were fearful of retaliation. And so this has put really good consistency of care, and it's empowered our teachers not to feel so tense and nervous when they hear something in the classroom. This is the list of all the people who should be considered to be on a school mental health team. Every school building needs to have a school mental health team. We encourage in the toolkit for people to identify. It would be great on the website if they can identify who their team is. That way, if I'm at home at night and my daughter starts having a really hard time, I can look on the website and go, oh, this is the person I should contact and say, hey, we're going to ask you to send the email out to the need to know people that my daughter needs to handle with care tomorrow at school. It's a phrase that we use in mental health, letting people know, hey, if you see them with their head down, let's not overpunish. Let's not they're really just kind of having a hard time today. So one of the other areas we addressed is there was a lot of miscommunication and I don't want to false narrative that schools are doing all this stuff to kids and we're not even telling parents. We wanted to make it very clear. Parents are our first line of contact. It's their child. We're trying to support their child during our 8 hours that we get them during a day. Here's the flow chart. If we think that there's a crisis, obviously, first thing we're going to do, if we can, is contact the parent. But sometimes you got to put the Band-Aid on and then go, hey, parent, by the way, we gave your kid a Band-Aid today. So this is our flow chart of how this happens. We worked with Headquarters Kansas. We vetted everything. We have narratives. We have scripts. The reason our document got so long is because we gave examples of here's what you can and should do, and then here's the blank template for your school to click on here and fill it out so you have your local plan. We don't tell every school how it should look. They have to decide how it should look, but they do need to do that work and get their plans in place because nobody wants to be in postvention after a mental health crisis has happened and then have to work the plan backwards. So this is just an example of like the attachments that we have within the book, but you guys have the link to that. And then here's examples of when we talk about building protective factors. And I'm not going to read that to you, but the protective factors I talked about earlier. And we really believe that connection is the key to mental health. We talk about every kid needs to know they have one solid adult in the building. I did an activity in my school when I was teaching in Silver Lake that was the most impactful thing that I have done in education in a professional development day. We had every kid's name on a wall and we all were given pencils and different colored pencils and we went through and we marked which kid did you talk to in this last school year. And it was at the end of the year and we're marking and you could go around at the end and you saw that there were some kids that didn't have check marks. In our little town where we do everything, I mean, we are like a team and we are an amazing school. However, we're like, oh, we didn't really have a lot of connections with certain people. And that was a challenge to us to make sure that we're all connecting. And it helped us change some of our practices that we were doing to make sure every kid had people they were connected to. We're also focusing on making sure that we keep kids in school as much as possible, no matter what kind of naughty behavior they're trying to tell us that they need to do. They're trying to communicate something, but when we send them away, we're not building belonging. So we're trying to keep them and help them work through their problems because we really believe that schools are the place where we learn. And if we send somebody away, we can't guarantee they're getting high quality instruction or that any learning's happening. So when I started, I wanted to know who are my people, who's out there. So you guys have this in your packet, and I think they have the slides, correct? Yeah. So I wanted to know how many school social workers do we have? How many counselors do we have? And we sent the survey out. It was, please complete this, and we sent it to all the superintendents of our 286 buildings. We got 286 responses, but our KU evaluation team went through and made sure, some of them were, they had 2 people, so we had to field those things out. But we did have 245 of our 286 districts represented, which, now I get to go present this in a few weeks to a national platform because they're like, how in the world did you get this? Well, I'll tell you. Dr. Watson supported it. Craig Nineswander supported it. We had support from all the way at the top, and buildings wanted us to know what they have and what they need. These numbers and this data I use all the time. We have people who apply for grants. I get calls about we've had a death by suicide in our school. When that happens, I can click on just that one particular building, and if they completed this survey, I'm like, okay, according to their August staffing, these are the people that they have in place, and then I know who I need to amp up the support with and who I need to match their outside supports with. I always try and make the phone call, or Kent Reed or John Calvert, to the superintendent, first to verify if this actually happened, and then second to tell the superintendents, what do you need for support from us? Because our job is your technical assistants. Do you want numbers to reach out to these people so you guys can bring supports into your community? And this helps a ton. So this I wanted to show you guys and share with you because this is our ratios currently in Kansas. Mental health ratios are recommended to be 1 mental health provider for 250 kids, which as a SPED teacher, I don't know how you manage 250 kids. And some need things more constantly, some not as much. But this is where we are currently sitting with our ratios in Kansas. So we know that there's a need to get the mental health supports, sometimes like through MHIT, from those outside agencies so that the kiddos who need it the most get what they need. We also asked if you guys had other supports available, what would they look like? And so here's the things that they're providing in schools, and then here are other things that they would like to consider partnering with. And I'll let you guys look at that when you look at your packet. We believe in connection before content. Like I said, you have to have that connection with the kiddos so that they feel like they belong. So we do that through our TASN projects, and this is going to be just a really quick flipping through the last slides because I feel like you guys have heard from some of our TASN projects, but if you haven't and you're not aware of what some of them do, definitely reach out, go to the TASN website, tasn.org, and we have a lot of different opportunities for people in the state to get free training. Some of them are webinars, some of them are groups that they can do communities of practice with, but there's a lot of resources, not only for students, but for staff and parents. So our mental health initiative group has been in 8 districts building district community leadership teams. So not just a building, but they bring in community partners as part of that team. And they have had amazing results with decreasing behavior, increasing attendance, and making sure graduation is staying on track. Here is where they are with their implementation phases. We have in 2023, the last data set, 4.7% of the teams they've worked with, they're not just implementing it, but they have reached sustainability. So this is a really good indicator of moving that needle locally and empowering the people in the buildings. So here's responses to the annual survey that they've given to the schools that they work with. I mean, they're helping kids emotionally and physically, but also the staff feel emotionally and physically safe. They know how to access their supports, and we know with 96% effectiveness that we're helping improve mental health outcomes, not only for children, but also for the educators that are in the room. 330 students improved their self-regulation, self-calming, and mindfulness. So this is a group that we really have a lot of people reach out to, and they do amazing webinars, and everything that they offer online is free. They do some trainings that are paid, like specifically for professional development in districts, but reach out to them if you have interest in any of these really, really important areas. These are all the schools that they are in currently. I think this says 22, 23. They had 129 schools that they impacted. And then Families Together, if you have met Leslie Gerard, she's come, I think, and spoke. I don't know if she's been here in the last year, but she would definitely be a person that you want to get to know. She works with parents. So when we have parent concerns, she supports the parents. They provide all kinds of outside resources and trainings, and they get groups of parents together to talk through IEPs, mental health issues. Where are my supports? How do I connect and contact and build that bridge with the school so we're working together as a team? Families Together also has all of these mental health fact sheets available. So if you need to know anything about any of these different disorders, click on that. That's a great resource bank for you. They're accessed. I wish we had like the click dates or the click data on how many times they're accessed all the time. Another parent organization that we partner with for mental health is our Kansas Parent Information Resource Center. And Jane Groff is one of the leads there, and she does an amazing job on keeping a website open on stress. They talk about making sure that parents know where their resources are for housing, how we make sure that we have involvement in community organizations and activities. She works with parents. She's like the parent whisperer. If you ever have a conversation with her, she just like totally brings calm and peace to the situation, and she will bring groups together and do trainings with parent groups all over the state of Kansas. So this is my last slide. I say this every time I present. I would not wear this button if I did not believe that Kansans can. We have our kids exploring their individualized plans of study. We're helping them develop plans and imagine and dream and believe in what they can go do. And we're looking at all of these different pieces that we help as a school pour into them so that they have positive childhood experiences. We talk about ACEs, the trauma experiences our kids have, but the school's foundation is building the positive childhood experiences. So this is how we do this, by engaging communities and families. And that is what I have for you. I would like at this time to open it up for questions if you guys have any.
Thank you. That is a lot. Thank you for the presentations. I tried to find them and don't have access yet, but we'll make sure that everybody has a link. You just sent them. Okay, great. Start with Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Randy, I don't think 2669 didn't pass, right? Aren't we still on proviso? But I'm thinking, and I think it's a good thing, they expanded the type of providers that could provide services next year beyond community mental health centers, so pretty excited about that. Do we know, and maybe this is more of a Scott question, one of the reasons we started this group was to try to get ahead of some of the stuff the legislature would come up with. And at one time, the group had some recommendations related to the child sex abuse bill. Do you remember that, Scott? I thought, do we know whatever happened to that? Jim does.
Sorry, I'll defer to Mr. Porter.
Great.
That was brought up when Russ Jennings chaired one of the committees, and he deferred to us, and that's the reason we started the Mental Health Advisory Council to deal with that, and that's where it is. It's in our ballpark.
Yeah, but I thought we put together some recommendations. I just don't know whatever happened to them. So
I don't know that, but I know how it got started.
Yeah, but
I'm not aware of it, but I can look into it.
yeah,
and
we ought
so-
to before it comes back up again in
Sure.
the legislature and we get caught flat-footed
Yeah,
on
'cause
that
that's
one.
been
but
several years
I know
ago.
we had some.
Okay, I can do some digging and see what I can find out on that, and I'll get information to Deborah to
Okay,
share
thank
out
you.
with you guys. Yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dennis.
Yeah, thank you, Trish. I really appreciate hearing from you, and especially at the local level. You know, I think that's what's so important, that map of showing everything that's happened around the state and the districts that are actually actively doing something. I just was encouraged by meeting a young lady. I think she is a teacher down in, well, she's in the southern part of the state, and she kind of on her own started a mentoring type of partnership with, you know, getting community people teamed up with kind of like Big Brother, Big Sister, but at a high school level. And that was just, you know, people that are doing things like that locally, I think is really a big part of this. And because they recognize what's going on, they know the family, maybe, you know, what some of the issues are behind the scene. So thank you for what you're doing. I just really am encouraged.
Thank you.
Board members, any more questions? I don't see any.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Next is item number 9, Senate Youth Delegates. Want to welcome up Denise Kaler.
Thank you so much. Excuse me. So we always like to bring our best and brightest students before you, and today we get to talk about our U.S. Senate Youth. As you know, that program is open to juniors and seniors across every state, but in our state, these individuals have to show leadership skills, right? So they're either been appointed or elected probably to some student organization within their high schools. They also have to take a very rigorous exam on everything about everything political beyond my knowledge. These are bright kids. So in addition to being named a U.S. Senate, we have 2 delegates and 2 alternates. The two delegates receive a $10,000 scholarship from the William Randolph Hearst Foundation, and then they are hosted by the U.S. Senate for a Washington Week event, and they're going to talk to you a little bit about that. But before I introduce our delegates who are here today with us, I want to announce who our alternates are who could not be with us here today. So the alternate delegates this year were Quentin Hoppy from Pleasant Ridge High School, who is a senior, and Sophia Weber from Harrington High School, also a senior. But with us today are the 2 delegates, and we have Ms. Madison Finch, Leavenworth High School, junior, correct? Yes, ma'am. Okay. And then with her, we have Tucker Leck from Neodesha High School, also a junior. And Tucker told me just a little bit ago that his mom had worked with Burt Moore. So kind of neat. Yeah. Small world. So I'm going to let you all decide who's going to go first and kind of talk about your experience. So.
Tucker's very kind, so he's letting ladies go first this time. I would like to begin by thanking the Kansas State Board of Education. This was something that when I applied to it, I did not know the magnitude of it. I saw the scholarship and the opportunity to go to DC, and as someone who was raised by a soldier and a teacher, I saw this as something that could be very beneficial and hopefully make college more affordable. And what I gained from it instead was a love for and a passion for public service and a connection with my co-delegate, Tucker, as well as delegates from across America. So I would like to give you all an anecdote that I feel like was very prevalent while we were there, and that is the importance of and the emphasis on public service as a career. We were given the opportunity to watch the State of the Union address at the White House, and it was very cool, partially because we got to see that the White House M&Ms were real, but it was also very cool because never before had I seen how government can be participatory in our age group. Tucker and I both obviously have a passion for and a love for government, but I don't think I'd ever seen people my age that passionate about a speech, whether it be booing or cheering or standing and clapping. I truly believe that this week will stay with me regardless of where I go. And I left the week almost joining the military, so you can see definitely how it influenced me. I also would like to thank all of you for placing an emphasis on youth-led and student initiatives. I think that especially in Kansas, especially in small and rural communities like the ones that Tucker and I are from, initiatives like this are incredibly beneficial for offering opportunities to youth, especially youth in government, youth in public service. I reflect on this every single day of my life, and I hope to return that service to youth in Kansas moving forward. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you for letting us speak here today. I am so incredibly impressed by Tucker and everyone I met. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Madison. That was super nice, and I'm glad to get to talk to you for a couple minutes. And I want to thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioner Watson, members of this committee or board. It is a pleasure. My name is Tucker Leck, and I am a junior at Neodesha High School this year. And I am excited to have a few minutes to talk to you about my experience during my week in Washington, D.C. Now, I want to start off by telling you that my first experience at the United States Senate Youth Program was with a group of 7 state representatives in a small hotel conference room, a really nice hotel conference room, I must admit. But we were specifically selected for week-long group discussions and team bonding and character building. And for the first time, I was able to meet our military mentor for that week, Captain Daniel McGurkin, a United States Marine, an intelligence operations leader, and most importantly, a White House intelligence briefer. I have to say, Captain McGurkin is the proudest American that I have ever met. In that evening's conversation, he opened with a story that I will never forget. A Second Lieutenant Terrence Collinson Graves in the Republic of Vietnam on February 16th of 1948, on a long-range mission with an 8-man patrol, observed an approaching enemy. After coming under heavy fire, 3 Marines and Lieutenant Graves were left injured. However, Graves was able to utilize supporting arms until a second helicopter arrived. But after the volume of enemy fire intensified, it was only shortly after liftoff that the aircraft crashed, killing all aboard. However, Second Lieutenant Graves' courage, fighting spirit, and leadership impacted the conclusion of the United States Marine Corps when, during his Medal of Honor ceremony, the United States Marines presented Lieutenant Graves as a hero who gallantly gave his life for his country. And the ultimate reflection of Lieutenant Graves' leadership and bravery, Captain McGurkin asked us to remember this. As leaders, we must understand that in our future years of public service, our civic engagement is not about us, and that we should always choose to showcase our best character and integrity in every mission to build our eulogy rather than our resume. Last, with this same sense of reflection, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Charles Brown Jr., led his Pentagon presentation on Friday with a forward-thinking, uplifting message. Quote, "It doesn't matter if the glass is half full or empty. It's about how you fill it." This resonated with me, and it allowed me to reflect for me. My glass is filled with a middle-class background with a passion for agriculture, and by the way, a mother who's a school psychologist, and a burning desire to serve our nation. My favorite speakers were Mr. Brian Camoy, a former member of the White House Security Council, Justice Elena Kagan with the United States Supreme Court, and Senator John Barrasso, the chairman of the Senate Republican Conference. Despite their varying roles and positions, Mr. Camoy, Justice Kagan, and Senator Barrasso are all examples of what America stands for: hard work, patriotism, and discipline. Those values, each represented in their addresses, are what I admired most about them. Captain McGurkin ended our group's reflection on the final day by stating that in every moment of adversity, I should ask myself, did I do all that I could? I believe that I can do all that I can because the USSYP has taught me how to work with others in moments of discord and gallantly serve our nation by remembering that it isn't about me, but it is about this country, just as Lieutenant Graves showcased in the final moments of his life. In conclusion, I want to express my deepest appreciation to you, Commissioner Randy Watson, who I've known for some time, and we've had a great relationship. I was an FCCLA state officer, and Commissioner Watson was at some of the conferences, and we were able to have great conversations. Mr. Porter, thank you as well. The Kansas State Board of Education, I appreciate all that you all do for public education. To my superintendent, who I was fortunate enough to bring with me today, and she's an awesome superintendent, Miss Juanita Erickson. And most importantly, to my family and God for gifting me with this once-in-a-lifetime experience that I do believe has and will forever transform my life. Thank you, and I think Madison and I are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Obviously a very impactful experience. Thank you both for sharing. I'm going to start the questions. How did you find out about this program? Was it a teacher? Was it a club? What led you to this?
Leavenworth has had a high turnover of counselors recently, partially because of ongoing health issues, but partially because of just structural issues in Leavenworth. And so our counselor, before she left, she gave us this master list of Kansas-based scholarships. And I combed through when I applied to all of the government ones. And through Tamla Miller as well, Mrs. Miller, she has been very helpful. And for me, it was entirely online through my counselor.
Well, coming from a small school, even your superintendent knows about knows about every student's interest and their hopes for the future. And so, luckily, we were actually sitting. I think it was at a basketball game, and Miss Erickson said, "Here's a program that's available for someone who wants to explore policy and politics beyond Kansas." And so, through that communication, she was able to provide me with the framework for this program, and I found the program to be really interesting and awesome. And Sukesh Kamesh, which I think you all are maybe familiar with and would have been on this board last year, is actually one of my good friends. And so I texted him and I said, "Well, it looks like you were part of this program." And he said, "Yeah, it's awesome." And so anyway, we were able to have that communication, and Miss Erickson was able to provide me with the paperwork and the outline of the program, and that's how I found out about it.
Wonderful, thank you. Board members, any questions? Commissioner.
Okay, so let's talk about your senior year. So tell about your senior year. What do you have hopes for in your last year of high school?
I was currently elected as our student council, our student government president, and I am also participating in our local government as we move forward into the election season. I am really interested in improving education in my area. My mother is a special education teacher, so walking in on the speech that we did, I feel was very important. And my senior year, I just want to devote to my community, devote to my family. That's something that I really learned from Tucker, is his emphasis on family and the people around him. So hoping my senior year goes well. I'll come back if you guys need me to. I can give you some pointers.
Well, I have to say, when I tried this suit on, it was a little snug. So maybe the first thing is losing some weight my senior year. I don't know. No. But no, I love FFA and I love agriculture. And one thing about Neota Shea is we're actually getting an early childhood development center. That grant was approved, and so that's currently in progress. And so one thing that Ms. Erickson and I were talking about on the way up and in other conversations is how can we educate those young students or those young people coming into our school district about the importance of agriculture, and how can we get them involved in FFA, especially since it's really important in our community of Neota Shea and nearby areas. And so one thing that we're going to be working on this year, as luckily the president of the Neota Shea FFA chapter is being able to begin framework for how we can utilize that early childhood development center to promote agriculture and other curriculum that can be super helpful and impactful to those students and find innovative ideas for them. And then later on, continuing to get people excited about agriculture. And then the last thing is, like she said, family is super important to me. I love my family, and I have a younger brother who's going to be a freshman next year. So as you can tell, I'm not a sports guy, but I certainly do love to watch sports, and so I will be at every one of my brother's sports games and then continue to be able to engage in public speaking and advocating for agriculture. And some of you may know Joe Newland, and so working with Joe closely as the president of the Kansas Farm Bureau.
Dennis.
Yes, well, thank you for both coming. It's just encouraging to see talented young people that have a real love for community and, to help and have family behind them. Tucker, I just want to encourage you in your ag pursuits, because ag in the classroom is sort of something out of K-State that I'm on that committee, and I really love to see districts find out, what they can do in the classroom with horticulture and even partnering with FFA is really good. I had a really great experience at Buhler High School just recently because of 11 CTE scholars there in ag, and it really takes somebody behind John Clark there has been FFA instructor for 30 years and just really pushed that program, and it really showed up as being a real benefit to those high school students there at Buhler. So keep on the good path. All right. Yeah.
All right, I don't see any more questions. We do have some certificates to present, so we'll do a group photo and
That would be
turn it
great.
back to Denise here real quick.
I just want to make sure that Madison, do you want to have an opportunity to introduce who came with you today?
Oh, I would love to. So sorry. So I brought with me today my little sister, McKinley Elise. She is a sixth grader at Patton Junior High School on Fort Leavenworth, military child through and through. And then I've also brought with me my mom, Maddie Finch the first. She is a special education teacher at Leavenworth Senior High School.
All right, how about a round of applause for these two, and we'll do some photos. We are ready for item 10, the public hearing on amendments to KAR 91-31-35 minimum graduation requirements. At this time, I'll open the first public hearing to receive public comments on amendments to KAR 91-31-35 minimum graduation requirements. In accordance with board policy, anyone who wishes to speak at the hearing is asked to complete an information card at the reception desk located at the entrance to this room. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make a presentation, and 1 minute will be allowed for board members to ask questions. Written comments may be submitted as part of the hearing, and we do have, as far as I know, our one and only speaker has submitted written, and so that's available on the table as well. Each person should state their name and indicate whether they are representing the opinion of a group. The first and only speaker is Tamara Seiler James. And if you would like to come on up, we'll get 5 minutes on the clock. And you can begin.
Board Commissioner Watson. My name is Tamara Seiler James. My family and I live in Overland Park. We have 4 children, all of whom have graduated the Blue Valley schools. I'm here on my own behalf. As indicated, I have prepared written testimony in opposition only to the FAFSA portion of the proposed graduation regulations. That testimony contains mostly practical objections to the policy, including but not limited to my personal experience with the FAFSA and it being a very difficult platform, a glitchy platform, and the fact that the so-called better FAFSA has made matters worse, not better, and that several higher education institutions, including the University of Kansas, have had to roll back their commitment dates because the rollout of the better FAFSA was so terrible. But that is included in my written testimony and is detailed in there. I'm here today speaking to you in person because even after I concluded my written testimony, something about this proposal kept nagging at me. When I first learned about the proposed mandatory FAFSA, I must say my jaw dropped. There's something fundamental at issue here. Filling out a federal financial aid form has nothing whatsoever to do with whether a student has earned his or her diploma. You may have heard by now that Louisiana, the first state in the nation to adopt mandatory FAFSA, has now abandoned that. They have changed course entirely. In the words of one Louisiana State Board member, quote, "The student has earned their credits. The student has passed their assessments. They should not have to wait on their parents to complete their FAFSA or an opt-out form for a FAFSA to receive the diploma they have already earned." Amen. And I will come back to that point. So what is going on here? On further reflection, I think I have landed on what is bothering me about this. This board, enshrined as you are in the Kansas Constitution, leads by example. And with this new FAFSA rule, you are saying, essentially, the ends justify the means. Completing the FAFSA can be a good thing for seniors who qualify for aid. For a student to get the aid they need to further their education is unquestionably a good end. Educating families about the FAFSA, that's an appropriate means to that end. Helping families navigate the FAFSA, also an appropriate means to that end. Telling students we think we can withhold your diploma if you and your family don't complete the FAFSA, and make no mistake, that is the message, even though you have included an opt-out, is just wrong, stunningly wrong. I've watched hours of this board's meetings trying to determine why this strange proposal was passed in the first place. I learned that the ask, so to speak, came from the Kansas Board of Regents. I then learned their schools were in a decade-long enrollment downtrend. That was probably the motivation. It is inappropriate for them to ask you to try to strong-arm families into FAFSA completion. One further point I want to make, and that is one of the glories of our federal system is that we have 50 state laboratories spread across the nation. We already know how this experiment worked out in Louisiana, and it didn't work out well. For whatever their reasons were, they decided that having passed it in 2015, implemented it in 2018, now in 2024, they say no more. We're abandoning, switching course. Thank you. My question to you is, have you examined how it's going in Illinois, how it's going in Texas? What elements did they incorporate? What was the impact on the various student subgroups in those states? Do you know, have you discussed these matters as a board? And in all humility, if you have, I apologize. I'm not aware of it. Nudge theory is the cool trend now for the intelligentsia. Manipulations are all around us. There's candy at the checkout in the grocery store because shoppers will impulse buy, but it's not automatically added to your cart unless you remove it. I think we can all agree that would be offensive. From my point of view, so is this. You should not be running a behavior modification op on Kansas families under the guise of helping students. Redouble your education efforts, redouble your FAFSA assistance efforts. Those are better ways. Thank you for your time.
Board members, we have 1 minute for questions. Are there any questions? Seeing none. At this point, I will conclude the public hearing. Thank you.
To higher paths, assistance in getting students to higher education. Again, I want to show you just some of that work. And they do a series with students, and those students then interview someone in the field. This is all done in Kansas, and it's all Kansas jobs. So I'll use here season 3 that they've done. You can see an early childhood teacher. You can see a dairy farmer, a registered nurse. This does not necessarily mean I have to go to college to get this degree or this work. So if you click on any of these, what you'll see is a very short.
Hi, I'm Sapphire. Did you know by the year 2050, we'll need to double the amount of food made on Earth to feed everyone who will live on this planet? That means we will need a lot of people with jobs in agriculture. Agriculture is the science of farming. That means raising crops and animals that can provide food for humans. Well, I'm sure you know about people who are farmers and ranchers. There are a ton of other very important jobs that help make the food we eat every day. One of those jobs is an agronomist. Agronomist is a person who helps farmers grow the best food possible to feed you and your family. Today, we're in Ulysses, Kansas, talking to an agronomist that works at CropQuest. CropQuest is a company that helps farmers identify and fix problems in their crops. CropQuest works with farmers in multiple states, and its headquarters is in Dodge City, Kansas. Let's take a look at a day in the life of an agronomist. Let's go! Let's meet Brandon, an agronomist at CropQuest. Brandon, can you tell me what you do in your job?
An agronomist is a scientist that's an expert at raising food. We call those crops. I like to describe what I do as being a plant doctor. Farmers hire us.
I'm not going to go through all that, but what they'll do is they'll go through exactly what he does in a job, and then they'll say, well, what do I have to do if I'm interested in this? They'll talk about the preparation, kind of what you do in high school, what you would do post-high school, and the options. All done in Kansas. It's all Kansas work. And so this site then, Higher Paths, has worked with us to promote that work, and again, Kansas employers, but also across the United States. I know it's maybe for those of us that know something about farming, you'd think, well, every kid knows about that, right, Dennis? And that's not true. And so that could be a whole new field for someone in an urban setting that's never seen a farm. And you'll see this one was in Ulysses, but the registered nurse may be in Topeka. They try to spread it out all throughout the state. So that's Higher Paths. This money would go into development of that, promoting that to parents, and continuing that work. That work was done currently. Kansas Leads I've talked about. I'll just again show you, no video on this, but I do want you to know Kansas Teachers of the Year came to us during COVID and said, we would really like to have an opportunity to get with teachers and help come out of the pandemic. I'm going to just show you, here's some pictures from Wichita. But you get a sense of the teachers are up in the top left. So Kansas teachers design it. They get speakers. They bring in sometimes a keynote speaker. They have breakout. A lot of our staff help with that. This is a Friday evening somewhere in the state, and then a Saturday till about 2 o'clock. This next time, Kathy will be in Hayes. It's already scheduled for the fall, and then it was to run out. So what this will do is provide enough funding for that to go another 4 sessions. They can take about 300 teachers per session. All you have to do is go on the site and say, I want to go, and there's no cost to the teacher. Totally run by teachers. I tried. You can see I'm on stage with Jerry Powers from DeSoto. We do a little Q&A where they ask me any questions, and we just talk. But anyway, that's what this money would go for. It would extend and continue that work. Again, these are things we're doing now. That's what things would go on in the future. The next, statewide training for letters and the math proficiency training. Kathy asked, and I thought it was a really good question, so I think many of you would probably have this in mind. Why is letters so much more expensive than what we're doing in math? Why are we spending so much on the letters part, and it doesn't seem like we're spending an equal amount, we're not spending dollar-wise an equal amount on math? It's because when we went about at the time saying, what is the best staff development resource in letters or in science of reading and in mathematics? Now you have to go back 3 years ago. Letters was the gold standard. We could find nothing that was the equivalent in math, including that company had something in math and they said, but it's not as good. So what we did was we took money, commissioned our MTSS group. They brought in teachers and they brought in experts, and we created our own. And that lives forever on a platform called Moodle, that then the training, while it's in person, it's also video based, but you don't have this ongoing cost that you're paying the company like we are in letters. Letters is very expensive. So in the letters part, we are training facilitators, and so that in the larger districts, you would have someone on site, at least someone on site that could train staff. The smaller districts would go to service centers and they would be trained there. So we initially started facilitators in our largest school districts, 6A, the Wichitas, the Topekas, Blue Valleys, for example. What we'd like to do is extend that all the way down to the 3A size school districts and offer it. Now, this isn't a mandatory, right? I mean, you could say, no, I'll just go to the service center. And you could still go to the service center and still have a facilitator for later on. And so if you look at that size school district, which would be about 800 to 900 students, we could get one facilitator there. If you get to Wichita, they would need 24. I mean, that's scalability. So this would go for facilitation and also then for training of teachers. We think we've given enough money total that we can then train every pre-K through elementary teacher, every school administrator that oversees elementary, every school psychologist, and every reading specialist. Now, one of the things that, again, Kathy asked, I think is a great question. Well, how many have we trained? How many do we have to train? That's where I pause, because if you take DeSoto, where Frank just came, they have trainers, and they've been training their own. Those numbers don't show up in our totals. So I know that we have trained on our totals over 6,000, but you'd have to add those bigger districts to that. That gives us, if you look at the pure numbers, just think of this. We have approximately, this would be private accredited, public accredited, 2,000 teachers per grade level. It's all, kindergarten's a little less, pre-K is a lot less, but when you get to first, second, that's about right. That would mean we're about halfway there. And we've spent about $8 million. We're saying about $10 million, including the math, which is a portion of that, but dollar-wise, a small portion of that. But that's the budget that the math people wanted in order to facilitate and getting this done. I also sent you the math video, which was taken in Lawrence. The math goes pre-K through anyone that teaches Algebra 2, where the letters training is primarily elementary, even though we have some districts train the whole staff. And there's nothing wrong with that in the middle school. It's just where we're going to concentrate our money. That also, I need to let you know, is the one that's really hard to know exactly the dollar amount we're going to spend. And so it's the biggest amount, it's the continuation, it's also the hardest. Why is it the most of the money? Because we think we've heard from you that literacy is one of the top priorities that you want to focus on. And we don't want that to be on the burden of staff. You know, one of the things that we'll talk about, Shane's going to talk to you about, is, you know, the licensure component of adding some kind of training. You have to commit to anything, right? I mean, so this is the school districts needing to commit and then helping teachers with that. So I'll give you an example. Columbus, Jim, you know this well. He said to me, Randy, I want my whole staff. I want 100% of my staff trained, and I want to do it on my staff development days. Sounds reasonable, right? I go to Greenbush, and Greenbush says, great, but we can't do it on those days. We don't have enough staff to do it on those days. So got us thinking, well, why don't we then provide a trainer for that size school district that also can share time back with the service center so many days that can then go help train someone else? Because if you do it in that model, which we like a lot, having someone on September 12th is a challenge for a service center that may only have 2 or 3 trainers. So it becomes a logistics issue as we look at it. Second, assessment assistance. So I'll talk about the easy one first. Extension of FastBridge, which is a screener in language arts and mathematics and behavior, but we're focused on the language arts and mathematics. And it allows people to diagnose maybe students that are struggling in reading early. So one of the early things in pre-K and kindergarten, it's establishing, do they know letter sounds? You know, can they just identify that? So not everyone would need to be screened, but those that, you know, are in need would need to be. FastBridge is the most commonly used commercial product in our state for that, and this buys down that amount of dollars. And we've been doing that. This would extend that 2 more years and allow those dollars to go to teacher salaries or other things. The other part you've heard about, so I'm trying to put pieces here together for you. You've heard Olathe and Kansas City, Kansas come before you and talk about something called a common assessment that they're working on. They're working on it. It's not ready to roll out. They're working on it. You've also heard from University of Kansas, what we have now, and Beth's talked about this, are things called an interim assessment that any school district can have at no charge, and teacher assessments that teachers can use in the classroom. Well, this money would go for both of those to develop those. A more robust interim assessment where a teacher can use this and get better reports to parents. We've heard teachers say, I don't like the reporting on that. It would continue to develop the common assessment. Where we go with that, you're still going to have to vote on at some point, because when you get to the consent item that Michelle asked about today, when we renew the contract with KU, we want to tell them for the $6 million what we want them to develop. Does that make sense? And we're not ready to do that today. We want to use this money to develop that and then come to you and say, it looks like this has the most promise. This is the chart that shows letters. Letters would say, by the time you start to the time we really start to see a movement in student outcomes, it's about 4 years. This is the current chart. The last cohort is set to start in the fall of 2024. This would extend that, where the last cohort would start in the spring or the fall of 2026. So again, each cohort is about $2 million that we run right now statewide. So we're trying again to give that effort in letters for facilitation and for training. This is a little bit about the Kansas Math Project. You've seen this before. I'm not going to go through that with you. And here are the dates, and you're welcome to come to any of these training sessions that are near you, Or if you just like to travel, Dina, and you don't want to be near you, you can go to one far away. But that's for next year. And Deborah will, as we get closer, be happy to share that out with you. I say that because on our Kansas leads, when I told the teachers, I said, listen, I'll get out of the way on the Kansas leads. However, I want to make sure you're going to Southeast Kansas, to Southwest Kansas. And what they found, they tried to schedule in Southeast, and people in Southeast said, no, we want to go to Kansas City. Okay, all right, that's fine. So you can see here we're in Western Kansas, we're in Eastern Kansas. That does not preclude someone from Hayes to drive to Topeka if that's what they want to do. So that's just for next year. But again, this training will go on forever. New priorities. So those are things we're currently doing, we're just extending. So we went to the state board goals and said, how do we accelerate these? We've got some money that we can infuse for 2 years. How do we accelerate? So additional priority, $5 million, high quality instructional materials. I'll talk about that in just a second. And $1.5 million for principal and superintendent training and leadership. Let's talk about high quality. I'm going to use literacy as the example. We all are trying to move the needle on literacy. Seems like we have a lot of cooks in the kitchen right now on doing this, right? Everyone wants to do this, and we ought to. We saw a decrease last year in the number of students in level 1 for the first time since the pandemic. That's encouraging. And you all ought to be excited. You also ought to be challenging and saying 30% of our kids in level 1's too high. It's both. We saw an improvement, and we want to accelerate that. We'd like to drop that number in half as quickly as we can drop that number in half. So the first thing I have to do, I have to know how to teach reading. Kathy, you asked the question of Fort Hays State, I believe it was you, it said, what are we doing about someone that's been trained coming out of school, and who are we putting them with as a cooperating teacher, right? As a mentor teacher. And if that person hasn't been trained, is there a disconnect there? So we need everyone to know about the science of reading. I did letters training a long time ago. I'm going to go through the administrative part again because it's changed. And my good friend Jerry Powers that I was on the stage with says, Randy, I'm a reading specialist. I have a master's degree in reading. I learned new things. When I went through it, you need to do it. I listen to what Jerry tells me. Right? And Mitch, her husband, they're both really great people. But I have to have a knowledge base. You heard from Fort Hays State today. We're demanding a knowledge base now coming out of college. But now we have to make sure that the people in the field have that, and that's why we're committing so many dollars to this training. Then you have to have a good curriculum. Chosen locally, it's a local decision. It has to be aligned to the science of reading, not what you would hear in my day, Jim, in our day, balanced literacy. Nothing wrong with balanced literacy. There's nothing wrong. Science of reading is better. That's what you have to know. It's better. And so you have to adopt materials. Now, Dennis, you may hear, well, I just adopted materials 2 years ago and I spent all of my money. Yes, so now we've got a delay, right? I mean, you don't have the money to spend because now you're going to adopt a science. But once you adopt those, then you have to train with the knowledge you have with those materials. So think of this, 2 years in training, a year to adopt, go through your district goes through an adoption, 2 years then in training using those materials to deepen how kids would learn. There's no off-the-shelf, I don't care, I've lived 42 years of listening to textbook companies tell me, if you just buy this, every kid's going to learn. Doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. Because real kids either get it easier or not, and any good author is going to tell you that. You have to have a skilled teacher to kind of do the nuance with the good materials. That's the training. So when we talk about the training that's going to service centers, bringing Osage City, that would be a type of district that would go to a service center, bring their staff. They just adopted maybe Wit and Wisdom, which is a curriculum, and now we're going to train in it. Danny, in Leavenworth, they're big enough, we'd go to Leavenworth, right? I mean, we'd bring people to and just train there. That, though, is a 2-year process, and that's where the bulk of the $5 million. Now, I'm using literacy as an example, but it's in every curriculum area. So if I'm adopting science, I'm doing science. If I'm adopting something else, I'm using that. Then leadership. I've gone through this with you before. Aspiring prior to taking a position, emergency, developing, and expanding. And I asked our good friend Dr. Meckel, didn't we change that? Because you know I hate the word expanding. I don't like it. And he said yes, and he said, but he didn't tell me what we called it. So I couldn't make the change. Kathy was with me recently in Sublette and Oakley. And I've asked this everywhere I've gone, but she happened to hear it. I've asked superintendents, how well did your master's degree prepare you to be a superintendent? And there's almost laughter in the room. So be working with Catherine on looking at PhD programs and master's programs. We have to strengthen those, all right? We just have to strengthen those. Emerging is usually your first couple years, developing is in your mid-career, expanding is toward retirement. And I want you to know that a superintendent's going to enter based on competencies, not years. Because not every superintendent takes the first superintendency at the same level. Let's say that you have a teacher that taught 2 years and then became a principal superintendent. That's a much different trajectory that someone that taught for 10 years, was a principal for 6 years, and a central office curriculum person for 8 years before taking that first superintendent. Does that make sense? They're going to come into the game at 2 different entire levels. So with that, those are the domains of leadership that we're going to talk about then and try to help grow in all our principals and superintendents. And each of those, then there'll be training sessions, there'll be mentoring and coaching, there'll be networking, and there'll be leadership and advocacy. Here's just I think a visual that I've shared with you that kind of shows you that you start with the masters, you end with something we're calling KELC, Leadership Development and Coaching, and then you have to talk about the PhD or EDD programs. So, couple of, again, additional priorities. Registered apprenticeship program. Did you know we have one? I hope so. I hope so. Why? Because you've said we have to have more teachers. We have to have good trained teachers. Shane wants to make sure that we can help districts and those teachers that they can go to work. There's not very much money, if any, out of their pocket to do this work. So we're putting money into that program. So in summary, here again, that's what you're seeing. Statewide literacy and math, training with high quality instructional materials, assessment assistance, the leadership program I gave you, post-secondary transition, registered apprentice, and our Kansas lead. By the way, we've vetted each of these dollar amounts with what, like the Kansas lead, this is what the teachers say. They need about $60,000 to do each session for 300 teachers. So we've tried to pair it with what we think we can get our needs out of. And that would spend approximately, as you add it up, $23 million. And you're going to say, is that exact, Jim? You're going to ask me, is that? No, because I don't know exactly where we're going to end in September of 24, because we're still spending out the existing money. So it may be 24, it may be 22. So just know that's a little bit of a ballpark. We'd have to have the money spent by July 1 of 2026. With that, Madam Chair, I would answer any questions that you may have.
Let's start with Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Watson, on the HQIM part, I guess, and I know you use the word training in there, but would it be helpful when you talk about districts who they just don't have the money to change the curriculum for the literacy, pouring into that? Because I mean, that's huge. You can train teachers all day long, but if they don't have the curriculum to work with, that's a problem.
Yeah, are you going to Pinterest? Where are you going to get it, right?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's a huge concern on my mind about, as we attack this from every angle, which we have to, how do we assist districts that are kind of stuck in that place?
Great question. So I want to tell you 2 things we've looked at in general, which is, could we pay Hayes, Kansas, to do an English language arts adoption with this money. That's one. I mean, any district, right, that need, oh, we messed up, can you help us? So that's one. Second is, could we pay every teacher, right, additional money to go through training other than the training? The cost to do that, you run out of money like really fast.
I'm sure.
It's been a decade since I was doing it in McPherson, so I'm going to give you not adjusted for inflation numbers, and Hayes would be very similar. But a K-12 adoption at that time were hundreds of thousands of dollars. My guess is it's close to $1 million to do one. So you can see real quickly at 20-some, we would do a few districts and then we'd run out of money. So, but it is a concern. So we won't get all that done. We'll hopefully set forth the framework for which we can then do it over time. So literacy may not be where they're at, Kathy. They may do math. They may do social studies. They may do another curriculum. But we'll help them with that. And then eventually they'll come back to literacy. Most districts are on some kind of 5 to 7 year cycle, and that's because of their money expenditure. Danny, you probably remember that on your local board. So you kind of do one every year, and then you have a textbook fund and things that then revolve into that. So yes, there are going to be districts that will help, but they're just not going to be in a position, Kathy, to adopt a new curriculum because they don't have the money to do it.
And one more if I could. So
Sure.
Is any of the professional development that you speak of in your breakdowns here, are we gearing that toward science of reading? Like, are we gearing that toward, like I saw something about Kansas Can competencies, like, I mean, obviously you've got an idea for what exactly to spend that on.
Yeah, so on the literacy side, absolutely the science of reading. On the math side, it's math. On the Kansas Can competencies, it would be those goal setting, those type of competencies that need to be interwoven in any curriculum. So it's curriculum specific. But if you're talking about literacy, we are all in on the science of reading.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to think about how what we're doing aligns with the blueprint for literacy, and I never did figure out exactly in the end. I know they passed it, I think, in another bill, but I don't know if the money got in the budget. But I'm wondering now, looking at our plans, did they really over budget on the blueprint? Because we should have most everybody trained.
I don't know the answer to that. Well, and I can answer this in terms of the money. The money is there. The money for the blueprint primarily goes to the development of courses at universities. There's going to be these centers, regional centers, then that you can go twofold. So the Fundamental Learning Center was referenced today, that you could go have your kid tutored. You could go take paras to and have them trained. You could go have teachers trained. And that money then goes to develop the courses. It goes to then pay the tuition for teachers to go, and it then pays them a $500 stipend. None of that's been developed.
Yeah.
We think it'll be developed about the time this money runs out.
But then, well, there shouldn't be very many existing teachers left to train by then.
We would not think so, but what we might find, again, we're looking out ahead, right?
Yeah.
We may combine what you and Kathy are talking about. We don't need to train them in this is what reading is. We need to now continue the development of that with curriculum. And that may be where we head. I don't know, because we won't know that number. We'll still have some that need to be trained, but I think we may see that 2 years from now as we look out. That's a guess. Because, I mean, the committee hasn't even been formed yet.
Right.
The person hasn't been hired. So, you're not going to have this up and running by the fall. So that's my guess, Ann.
Did they wind up with the 16 million in the budget? No.
I believe, and Frank will answer that
Yeah,
question
we'll
for you this
talk about
afternoon.
it
I
later.
believe it was 14 million, but Frank will be able to answer that this afternoon. I may be misspeaking, and I don't want to misspeak.
Jim Porter.
Thank you. This is partially to address your question, Kathy. Whenever the Dyslexia Task Force met, we met with experts in the field from University of Houston, and then of course our own Kansas experts. and the issue of materials came up. And they consistently said the most important thing is for teachers to be trained. And that a good teacher can use whatever they've got. Now, you need to move toward that, but that should not be a barrier to training teachers and getting them, because a good quality teacher can creatively use whatever they have until they get something better. So, we need to make sure that we have high quality materials, but that should not be a barrier to training people and getting and expecting them to use the science of reading. And now that was not my question. My question is, I assume that if we don't approve this, we send the money back to somebody.
I don't have another plan to present to you today, and we would have to have one by September, or that would be true, Mr. Porter. So, yes. And I've tried to share this out again with groups as I go out, and solicit feedback. One of the things I think that you all find, and this will be true when Ben talks about KISA, this is true when Shane's going to be talking about licensure. We go out and we share, and then we modify things. And then, you'll have people, that's not what I heard before. Well, no, because we do listen, and we try to. So I've been out listening. I would tell you, there's a ton of excitement. There already is around literacy and mathematics. I was in Lawrence for the math training, and just really exciting people. The leadership development, I've had people privately come up to me because they didn't want to say it probably publicly, and said, wow, I really need this. Like, I'm struggling. I really need, like, you're going to provide training and coach. Yeah, we've got to develop you fully. And so there's some really good things in here with one-time money that we're setting. And in all these, we're trying to set this up that it lives long after the money's gone, which is what we want.
Question from Dina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the dollar amounts that you have projected are really projections, and if at some point you need to adjust and slide a little bit of some dollars from another area to another one, that can be done without just coming back to this board and having them approve that movement, or is it even that solid?
So let's start first. This is a not to exceed. So in any of these categories, we would never exceed. I want you to know that. Second, no money gets paid until services or products been delivered. So while it's there, we don't just give a chunk of money and then the company, does the work. They do the work and then we reimburse that work. Dina, while I'll use letters and math, let's say that money varies a little bit. I wouldn't come back to you on that because you've approved that. But if we're going to use some of the 10 million to move over to assessment and we're going to increase that to 7, I would come back to you and we'd have that discussion. So within the category, no. I mean, but if you move, and there would be no categories added to this without coming back to you. You're approving that framework. Is that helpful, Dina?
Yes, thank you.
Dennis.
Well, thank you, Dr. Watson. I had a superintendent, I can't remember who it was now, but told me at Service Center, I believe, meeting, that their curriculum that they're using for science of reading has been working well for 10 years, and he was questioning whether they would use letters. So would this budget cover that if they want to expand what they're doing?
So, all right. So your multifaceted answer, Dennis, to get to your question. We have to, in anything that we do, we have to do a state contract for. we already have the state contract for letters. So I can't do another training program because I can't go out for a new request for proposal under this money. I can extend it. So letters is going to be our training because I can extend it, but I can't do a new one. If they have a different science of reading program that they want to do, they're certainly welcome to do that. We just don't have any way to fund that. And now on the curriculum side, if their curriculum's 10 years old, I think they probably ought to update it anyway. I mean, even if it's really was a really good curriculum, I still think they ought to update it. And so they may want to look at that.
Kathy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the stuff that you're talking on the HQIMs with the TNTP, are those new contracts that would have to be made?
No, because we already are using them for some things, so we can continue that. Again, that goes back to that RFP thing.
Okay.
Yeah, TMTP's been a really good partner with us in helping take our standards and developing that work out and how it will work. You're going to hear soon a survey they did around literacy that probably will surprise you in some ways. Yes, but we don't have to do any new RFPs in this proposal, or we couldn't do the work, Kathy.
That's right.
Because that's a year process, and we don't have that time to do that and spend the money. So we're trying to continue work that we've already started doing with people.
So because we already have contracts in place, you would just extend
That's
those
correct.
contracts to continue the work?
That is correct.
Okay.
Great question.
I don't see any more questions.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the ESSER III allocations as recommended.
Is there a second? Dina. Any further discussion? All in favor? Raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain. That's we're missing Jim. That's an 8. I told you I can't count when there aren't 10 people in seats. That's an 8-0-1. We're missing Jim.
I'm sure we do have math training for that.
Yes, math training for board chairs in a curved room.
When it's not a base 10 system.
Right. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next up, item 14, discussion on teacher licensure literacy requirements. Welcome Shane Carter. If you're in the room behind a pillar, perhaps we are running a bit early. Hey, he's here.
I tried to text everyone before I got up to say we're running a bit.
I never know who's in the room. I can't see the board. I can't see the room.
So, Madam Chair, I thought Catherine was going next, so I just need 1 second to get a glass of water. So for my voice, I'll be right back.
Take a minute. Yep.
Now I'll try again. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. So a couple things for you. I got some good news and then some bad news. The good news is I'm only presenting one item today. The bad news is there's only 10 minutes allotted to that, and I got a strong feeling it's probably going to take longer than that 10 minutes. So this is the point where you get behind schedule. Yeah, well, I do what I can, Mr. Porter. I do what I can. So for the agenda today, then it may be a little confusing about the agenda items that we had, or that I had listed. So it was originally written up as an action item. So there is an action item that's included in this update today. However, most of our time will be focused on a discussion item. The action item that's before you is our pre-service content exam that the Professional Standards Board reviewed and made a recommendation for last month. And then the discussion item, that'll be the structured literacy training and verification tracking of veteran teachers. So I'll first start with the before I even get to the pre-service training, and right now, Dr. Proctor and Dr. Scott are probably feeling very anxious in their stomachs about what is he doing with my slide and how's he gonna mess this up. But bottom line, with this work that we're doing for structured literacy from teacher licensure, number one, it is aligned with the fundamental structure of structured literacy and our commitment to that, and it's tied in with the Division of Learning Services commitment to the school improvement model and the changes that we're pushing forward. When we start looking at those high-level structures of this work that we can leverage to influence adult behavior, if you take a look at Professional learning, education evaluation, professional collaboration, a lot of that work intertwines with what teacher licensure does, and that's where a lot of our work for teacher licensure will be focused as we move forward. But I would also like to, for structured literacy, to draw your attention to the measures of progress that are listed for resource allocation. Within that, you'll see teachers trained in structured literacy training plan. And when we talk about allocation of resources, it's very fortuitous that I followed the commissioner and talking about funds, and then what you as the state board are allotting for resource allocation for training for structured literacy. So you are providing funds and the opportunity for individuals or districts to take this training and then incorporate it in their districts. When we talk about professional learning, professional development, it's tied into just about every district, and it's tied into licensure renewal requirements. So as we look at professional development, you see the teachers trained in structured literacy, and once again, structured literacy in the PD plan. So as we move forward with the school improvement model, as districts go and incorporate this, teachers will be receiving the training. It's not that we in teacher licensure are just trying to push some type of additional requirement on teachers without providing support. This structure will support that training and support our teachers and our districts. Now I'll move on to the action item. So in our previous conversations, we've talked about our pre-service candidates. So what the state board has done is, one, we did an update, or you all did an update to the elementary standards, which went into effect February. As part of that group, when they did the review, they did a review of our elementary content test and determined we needed a better measure of the science of reading within our test. So as part of that, the Praxis Elementary Content Exam 7001, which includes 4 subtests, specifically the English Language Arts subtest, incorporates teaching of reading exam into the ELA portion, and that is a strong measure of the science of reading within our elementary test. So that was the test that was recommended. Initially, the Professional Standards Board reviewed that in February, then that carried on over to the meeting in April. And then at the meeting in April, the Professional Standards Board did approve that test, or to recommend to you all to approve this test for our pre-service candidates. Now, with everything else, when we're not exactly an agile structure, so there needs to be transition time as we make changes. And one of the opportunities that we needed to encounter, as the commissioner talked about, we receive feedback when we talk to groups. So when talking with our higher ed counterparts, to turn a test and just flip it and change it immediately from, with 24 hours notice, it's not beneficial for them and it's not beneficial for our candidates. So we needed to build in a transition time. I went back and relooked at our elementary content exams in the past that we've changed from 2017 to 2020. We had 3 changes of the elementary test, and each time we allowed a transition period of 1 year for those tests. So in this recommendation, I am recommending that we have a transition period from September 1st of 2024 through August 31st of 2025 for this new test. So before you is a very long and lengthy recommended motion. But bottom line, what I'm asking for is that based on the Professional Standards Board recommendation, that you as the state board, 1, adopt the new elementary test exam code 7001. You also approve a transition period for that new test. And then at the bottom, it says cut scores, but those are our passing scores. You adopt those passing scores for the subtest of test 7001. And typically you would see that on the consent agenda. You already see some tests that are on the consent agenda, but since we discussed this, I thought it was probably the best way forward was to go ahead and bring this before you and have you vote in this forum on that.
And we have this listed as a discussion item, so we're not voting today, correct?
This one is an action item, so that's what I was trying to explain, the confusion, because I basically pulled this off the consent agenda.
Okay. Wanted to be clear. It's not labeled appropriately. All right. Any discussion? Questions?
Yes, sir.
Check the hand raise. Jim Porter.
I assume, I spent several years on the Professional Standards Board, so I assume that the cut scores were discussed and recommended by the Professional Standards Board.
They were, yes.
Okay, that's all I have.
Ann?
No, I was just going to confirm that we discussed it, and these were our recommendations. So are you ready for a motion?
Ready?
Here we go. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the elementary education, teaching, reading, mathematics, social studies, and science. Oh, something we just got covered up. Ding. Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the elementary education, teaching, reading, mathematics, social studies, and science test code 7001, to assess pre-service elementary teacher candidates' knowledge of the science of reading and structured literacy. This exam will go into effect on September 1, 2024, with the previous elementary content knowledge for teaching tests to remain in place during a transition period that expires August 31, 2025. Is the recommendation part of the motion? It's further recommended that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the recommended cut scores for the elementary subtest as follows: reading subtest 143, mathematics subtest 157, social studies subtest 155, and science subtest 159.
Is there a second? Kathy. Further discussion, Dina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I just see a reading subtest, does that reading subtest have the structured literacy embedded in it?
It does. So basically that.
Because
the
I
sub-
didn't hear you actually say that, only that we would use that test. So
Yeah, so that's.
I'm making that assumption, and so just to check.
So
thank
that subtest
you.
incorporates the reading test, ETS's reading test of 5205 into
Okay.
that subtest. So yes.
Thanks. Thank you.
Don't see any more questions. I'm looking to the screen at Michelle and Betty. Okay, are we ready to vote? All in favor, please raise your hand. I got 8 opposed, abstain. 1 abstention, 8 yeses, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry if there was any confusion with that particular item.
I just wanted to call it out because of the way it was written.
Yes. Now we will move into the discussion portion today, which is for our veteran educators. So over the past few months, we've had engaged in conversation about different ways of tracking the science of reading and specifically structured literacy content knowledge from our veteran educators. And there are 2 options that we have or that we would recommend. One is through professional development training. That teachers show completion of that training to show that they have those skills and that knowledge. And the other option is for passing an approved test. Maybe someone's had science of reading training in the past, or they feel comfortable they have the skills already to provide that. Then we provide them the option for a test to verify that. I'm going to start first with the professional development training. So a slight change of what was incorporated in this last month when we discussed. We have further clarified the general content educators that would be impacted by this. And so it's now for general education teachers, it would be those that teach English language arts and history, government, and social studies only. And then we also added in the reading specialist, which those are 2 changes from last month. Dr. Watson mentioned earlier when we go out and try to update districts on kind of, what our recommendations are, where we're leaning to go. We get feedback. So for me personally, when I was talking about this requirement, there are some districts that were like, I've heard that I've already got to do letters to renew my license on July 1st. And I'm like, no, that's not anything that's going on. These are only proposals that we're working through with the state board. And based on the recommendations that we're moving forward from the teacher licensure team and from the agency to you, is that for professional development training, we do offer some additional options outside letters, just in case there's some issue that the district may run into for where letters isn't a viable option for them. So in addition to letters, we would also recommend the pathways to proficient reading, the keys to literacy, all of which have been reviewed and vetted by our Literacy Advisory Council. And then moving forward, I know the K-Board literacy blueprint was mentioned. Whenever that work starts to get finalized, and anything that's approved out of that blueprint, if it impacts pre-K to 12, we, as a department, would want to vet anything that they try to push forward and utilize, and make sure that you, as the state board, have the opportunity to review it and approve it. But we will collaborate and support that work. Also, we want to leave open for the future if there's any other additional trainings that you, as a board, would like to incorporate into this as options. Yes, sir.
Dennis, I want to make sure that this kind of goes to your question. So a district could do keys to literacy. They would have to do that on their own dime. But that would be an example where they could do anything else in the future. I'm going to guess this list in the next 3 or 4 years is going to get longer as to what you might approve. So there's going to be many options, but the one we're able to pay for because we already have the RFP is letters.
All right, so for the veteran educators for the test, I don't have a recommendation for you yet. This work is ongoing. Part of the Professional Standards Board meeting, we have discussed it at our last couple of meetings, but it will be brought up with the Professional Standards Board again at our June 3rd meeting, and then the Professional Standards Board should make an official recommendation to you all about a test for our veteran educators. A couple of the different tests that we that they'll review is 5205, and Dr. Horst, as I was talking about earlier, with the new reading subtest that's part of the elementary content exam, that 5205 is what's incorporated into that particular subtest. So these are the options that are available now. We also confirmed with ETS that they are going to pull out the ELA subtest that's geared to reading and provide that as an option too. And for me, that would be the preferred option. It's cheaper, and we don't lose any integrity, and it's still a good measure of the knowledge of the science of reading. So that to the Professional Standards Board, that's what I'm recommending. Also, we're working through additional tests for out of state because we will have educators that transition in from out of state, and we want to make sure that that we account for whatever type of training that they've had and if they passed the test. But we have reviewed Pearson, K. Perry exams, all of which are strong measures of the science of reading, and we would accept those, and that list would continue to grow as well. As this is a nationwide push, we want to make sure as people transition in, especially with dealing with the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, if there are certain tests that individuals have already taken, if we can vet those and accept those in lieu of another test, it would benefit those folks transitioning into Kansas. As I said, we'll continue to review other equivalent out-of-state licenses and vet those, or out-of-state exams and vet those. Whoops, let me go back. All right, so that's kind of the requirements for the licensure side. For us as a staff, a few things that we would have to, work on. One is how are we going to track this information? What are we going to require to be reported to us in order to track who's completed training? So we're already working on updating our licensed personnel report, our system to collect information. By July 1st, we will have a new report that is in the application system, but it won't be available for implementation into 25-26. So we'll have it there, but it'll be mandatory for districts to start reporting on the science of reading training in 25-26. And then a lot of that data will tie into the school improvement model that I brought up earlier as far as another check on the supports and the district process. And then we'll also use that information to tie into the licensure renewal piece for that actual who has completed the training that we need to verify. So with that said, the long range goal, well, I guess it's a shorter one, but we'll eventually tie this to licensure renewal. This is a change for what was presented last month. So based on feedback, we would recommend that the date to implement, to tie this to renewal would be July 1st of 2028 versus July 1st of 2027, which was reported last month. And then also the changes to the population of who this would pertain to was updated, which I mentioned earlier. All right, pending your questions.
Shane, can you, so you want to know where that change from 2027 to 2028 came from. So as you know, we have a reading group that Lori Curtis spearheads, and it's people out in the field. And they recommended, they said, if we start our last cohort under letters in 2026, it would be 2 years and they would finish in 2028. And so by doing that, you kind of ensure that that last cohort could be counted and we wouldn't have to do that. They were very adamant that they love letters, but that's what they ask. And so that's why that change is there. Shane, if you go to the slide before that.
Yes, sir.
What test is going to be used for people in college currently coming out to verify the reading?
Yeah, the 7001.
Yeah, when that recommendation's there, it's the same exam that's taking place currently for students in college. So I want you to make sure that you know the reason that was preferred option.
Thank you for that clarification.
Kathy.
I was going to say I got that, but I guess I sat in a PSB meeting that drilled that in. I just personally think this just needs a really larger conversation because, I mean, I've just been listening and, you know, I've been going to the KSDE sessions and trying to take all of this in, and I just feel like we have to come at this from so many angles. And I have a real concern about teachers feeling like it's coming down on their head, especially if we have districts who have really not bought on to the whole thing, which I'm hearing we do. And then we have a huge, okay, I won't say huge, we have a curriculum problem out there. So there's a whole big picture to this, and I have a very real concern because I don't want teachers to feel combative or that we're after them or that it's on them, when in reality it's on the entire education system in the state. And so I have a very real concern. I'm glad we've at least pushed back a year in even the conversation, but I just am very concerned about doing this, not knowing exactly what we're doing at a district level. Hopefully through KSDE, a lot of that shifts as well with the, you know, school improvement, that we're obviously pushing the science of reading, and I don't know what all that's going to look like, but I just want to express my very real concern about what this can feel like, because that matters. I mean, everything that I have been reading and looking at and listening to, you know, the science has been out there over 20 years, but because I think they felt like it was a push from the top down, there was a big resistance. And I don't want that to be what happens in Kansas. Like, we want this to move forward. It's so important. And I just want to see how we can get everybody on that page so they don't feel like it's on me to do it. You're saying it's my fault. You know, like, we just can't have that, or we're going to fail, and we can't fail. This has to work. There's already too many years under the bridge. You know, like, we really need this to work. So I really want to make sure we're looking at this from the entire big picture of everything that has to happen for it to happen right. So thank you.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I agree we need to have a bigger conversation, but I don't think that means we put off the action. I think it means that we make sure the correct information's getting out there, because if you're getting the same letters from teachers I'm getting, they're obviously getting bad information. They think they have to pay for this, and oh my God, it's all on my own time, and I've got to do the 180-hour deal, where none of that's true. So I think we need to work with our teacher education, KDA, and other education partners to make sure KASB, that the local boards and the teachers are all getting the correct information. They know what all the options are, and we're hoping when PSB looks at it in June, we'll even get more options. But I know a couple questions came up at the PSB last month, and we've talked a little bit about it, but I know, and on the Greenbush call, one of the superintendents wanted to know, for example, she said, I have my elementary certification. I don't plan to use it, but do I have to take this to keep it? And superintendents aren't on the list of people that have to take it as administrators. So, and then the middle school science teacher wanted to know, like, well, I have an elementary certification because I teach middle school science, and but I'm not teaching it, but so do I have to have this to renew? And I know we talked about no, he wouldn't, but if he went back to teaching elementary, he would need it. So if you have that situation, how long would he have to comply? And none of that's in here. So I think if we're going to make exceptions and people have these kind of questions, that needs to be clarified before we vote on it.
So, and that is, part of the difficult challenge for the licensure team on doing this, but how we would address that is through the information that's reported within the licensed personnel report for staff assignments for those educators that are in those roles. And if the renewal came up and they were reported as they were serving that position, that's when they needed.
Well,
So
let's say that the guy renewed and then the next year he went back to teaching elementary, then what happens? He has until his license renews again to get it?
Yeah.
Okay. What about the superintendent? Can they keep that elementary certification?
So we wouldn't remove certifications off
Oh,
anything.
okay.
So what we're going to do in lieu of that is there's a there's a seal of literacy that will go on licenses for individuals that complete training, and that will be the indication to administrators and those teachers that they've met that
They have it.
requirement.
Okay.
And they can see that on the license. And if it's not there, they'll have to complete the training or the test in order to add that to teach in those positions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shane, I have a quick question.
Sure.
Can you go back to the slide that has the different?
Is it training or
Yes,
test?
that one.
Okay.
How much does it cost a teacher to take the test?
Yeah, so the exact cost of pulling out the ELA subtest hasn't been established yet, but when we start talking about the other test, it's going to be the cheaper version. I don't know if it's going to be like $120 or if it's going to be like $125. So somewhere $120, $125. But if we're looking at 5205, 5206, they have a cost of about $155. Pearson 190 has a cost of $135. K Perry, it has a $165 price tag, but the recommended test we have, it's going to be lower than all of those.
Okay, but the teacher doesn't have to pay that,
We
right?
we would pay that out of the ESSER funds
Yeah.
one time. So if you're taking it 5, then we can help you there, but one time we would pay to have that done.
That was my next question is what if they fail and they need to come back and take it again after they have hopefully completed some other course?
Yes, or if they can, hopefully, if they fail, they would feel they would need to complete the training, and the training that's offered for them through their district professional development or letters training, if they accept that or utilizing that, would cover that requirement.
All right. I want to echo what Kathy and Ann said. I've heard many of the same things, and so I think that there's an opportunity to get some PR going around this. I would love to see maybe some statewide Zooms for teachers so that they can hear firsthand, or I'll leave it to you guys to figure out what those comms look like, but there's definitely some confusion. Jim Porter.
Thank you. I have the same concerns that Kathy and Ann and now Melody have said. We get these letters, you don't make me pay for this, or I have to take letters. I come from this a whole different approach. I started this process half a decade ago. And as I indicated last month, I'm getting really frustrated by people still dragging their feet. We know that balanced literacy worked for those students that were going to learn anyway, and did not work effectively for a lot of students who were struggling. And we know that structured literacy is better, and that it helps those students that are struggling. We know that, but we still have pockets where there is resistance. And they've had now at least a half a decade to recognize, because this board approved the recommendations 5 or 6, Deborah staffed that committee, so she'll probably know exactly what it was, but it was, 6, 7 years ago. And so to say that I'm wondering what to do now, to me, is just malpractice. And I realize that people are getting tired of listening to me talk about literacy, but I'm sorry, you've got 2.5 years left. Because I'm going to continue to do that, because I believe that if we have colleges that have not bought onto it, we ought not to approve their program, period. I believe that if we have schools that have not bought into it, we need not to accredit them, period, because that's a compliance issue. And I believe we have a teacher that has 10 years left, or 15 years left, or 20 years left that is not going to make the adjustment to teach kids to read. We need to have a consequence to that too. So I agree that with what Kathy said about the fact that we can't just dump everything on teachers, but schools have professional development budgets, and they're going to spend money on professional development. And if we're going to be serious, and I believe this board is serious universally about teaching kids to read, we're going to have to hold those people that are refusing to do what they need to do responsible. And so anything that I am serious about, if colleges aren't doing it, they shouldn't be accredited. If schools are not doing it, they shouldn't be accredited. And if teachers refuse to do it, they don't need to be licensed. But we need to help them get there instead of making it feel like it's their responsibility. And we need to change the narrative, because they don't have to pay for it, and they don't just have to take letters. And that needs to be clearly understood. Now, that's the end of my sermon.
Dina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, it just seems to me that if I'm a reading teacher, and even if I've taken a course that was supposed to teach me everything I needed to know, and we found out that there's something else that will help the students that are struggling, like Mr. Porter said. Seems to me that good teachers, great teachers, teachers that care about their students would want to make certain they had every tool in their toolbox that could be used. So it hurts me to think people that are my colleagues are saying, I don't have time to do this, or even that it costs too much money. I guess I maybe sacrifice for my own use years ago just to make sure that I could be the very best teacher I could be. So it's outside my realm of understanding, I guess, but I hope those teachers will see the value and who are questioning us when we make such a decision, that it's not been made lightly, that it's been made because kids need us to make that decision. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm going to cut it off after this, but one last from Ann.
Thank you. I guess I have to push back a little bit, because I've not heard any teacher say they don't want to be the best they can be, or that they're not willing to put out extra effort. Lord knows they put out extra money all the time. I just think the issue is that this hasn't been explained very well. And like Kathy said, we have a communications problem. We have failure to communicate, and we're going to fix that, and then I think they'll be on board. But I don't think there's any teacher out there not willing to go the extra mile or spend the extra buck.
So a couple things. I said this morning to some of our internal staff. I don't think there's a day in your work, there's not a day in my work, it's a rare day, that someone doesn't complain about something. Yesterday I had a graduation complaint. So I understand that. I want to give you two really positives. I mentioned Brian Smith in Columbus. His frustration was, I want to do my 100% of my staff. I can't afford, I can't get Bruce on the day, so what can we do? So we problem solved to do that. But he was, I believe in this. I went to Shane and said, and to your question, what about the art teacher that teaches art but has a K-9 certificate? And he looked at me like, you know how hard this is going to be on us. And he said, we'll do it. Right? I mean, that's the type of thing. It's extremely hard. It's easy to say you have a K-9 certificate, you got to do it because it's so easy to track. But it wouldn't have been the right thing to do, right, for us. So we had to figure out a way for us not to get in the way. I just want to say thanks to Shane and everyone. We haven't even started the process, but to even entertain it without flopping on the floor in front of me. And, you know, and then, you know, people like Brian, by the way, there's hundreds of examples of that, you know, like in Columbus saying, just help me figure this out, how we're going to do it, because I want to support our staff into doing it. So.
All right, I think we are done here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Board members, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at, well, let's call it, how about 3:05? Almost a 10-minute break. Our next item is item 15, act on the recommendations of the Professional Practices Commission. Welcome, Scott Gordon. You can just stay right here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think we have Jen Holt on the line. Is that right, Eric? Okay. You have two cases in front of you, both of which have already appeared before the Professional Practices Commission. I tried writing the descriptions fairly direct, but I'm happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
I don't see any hands raised. Are there any questions on the PPC recommendations? If not, a motion would be in order.
Madam Chair, if I may, there's actually
Yeah.
two separate ones. There's 15A calls for the suspension of a license based on a breach of contract. 15B calls for the granting of a license and any subsequent license for which the person would qualify. So I think there's two different actions to take.
Dina.
Are you ready for a motion?
Ready for a
Is that
motion.
what I heard you
You're good.
say? Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Professional Practices Commission and suspend the license in 24-PPC-05.
Is there a second? Kathy?
Dennis, whatever.
Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. 8, 9. 9-0. Motion passes. Mr. Gordon, do you want to bring us up to date on the next one?
And then the second, sorry. The second case was a matter of someone has applied for emergency substitute teaching license, and the information in the initial order is there before you. The PPC found that she should receive her license plus any other subsequent license if she ever applied for one for which she qualified.
Okay. Any further discussion or questions? Not a motion. Betty's hand is up. Betty? Or were you raising for the vote? Okay. Kathy?
You ready for a motion?
Ready.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law of the Professional Practices Commission and issue the emergency substitute teaching license applied for in 23-PPC-39.
Second? Dennis? Discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. That is 9-0. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Item 16, act on new appointments for Professional Practices Commission. Our packet has that item crossed off. It's going to be postponed, but if you happen to pull the one online, it may still show it, so that will be on a future meeting. So we'll move on to 17, update KSDE School Improvement and Accreditation Model Update. Welcome, Dr. Ben Proctor. And Jay Scott.
We're going to find out what day this is.
We wouldn't want to disappoint you, so yes, the day today, first of all, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity and state board members and Dr. Watson. So the 3 days that I saw, it is National Decency Day, which we would appreciate you applying that as we go through our presentation. I've never really understood what this is, but it's National Dance Like a Chicken Day. And I'll let you celebrate on your own time on that. It's also National Buttermilk Biscuit Day, and that's one I'm considering celebrating later for sure. So we do appreciate the opportunity, and we're going to recognize that we're on time or ahead of time, and we'll try not to get you behind schedule here, but there is a lot to share. And we've been out on the road quite a bit over the last several weeks and really appreciate state board member participation in our informational sessions. Those were very informing, both I think on the side of school folks that were able to attend, but also for us. And as Dr. Watson shared, I think it's so important that we all convey how that feedback informs the work. So when we go out and we talk and we share slides and information, we're in that information gathering stage right now, because whatever we propose, we want it to work very well for our school partners, and that's going to be reflected in what we present to you today. So I'm going to share a few thoughts, and Jay and I, we're going to trade off throughout. We'll have a couple of designated points where we'd just like to pause for questions, if that's okay, Madam Chair. Obviously, you can ask questions as we go along, but we'll try to hit some what we think are pretty consequential decision points and pause and allow you to ask questions about those things. But again, any time is fine. So I wanted to start with this kind of belief statement or the theory behind our work, which is important because it allows us to assess what we're asking our systems to do. And you'll hear us talk about the model itself being evaluated, meaning that we want to be able to check our own work. So if we're asking a school system to take specific action or certain actions, we want to know that if it's not producing the outcomes, that it could be because of what we're asking them to do. And so the theory behind what we're proposing is important to understand. And you've heard these ideas presented over the last several months, but we're trying to put it in a concise statement. And you can see the idea would be that if we can strengthen coherence, this idea of building coherence across Kansas by focusing on a few high leverage priorities that are professional actions, that things that we can do, then we believe our students will know more, be able to do more, and then have greater opportunities available to them. And we can measure that knowledge and that ability through the standards that the state board establishes. And so this is really the belief statement or the theory behind the action that we want to take as we promote this idea of school improvement. So this is just an outline of what we'll go through today as we try to create clarity around what we're calling a determination protocol. So we've led up to this point with a lot of the actions that we want systems to evaluate and ultimately take. So what does the accreditation model require in terms of a status if somebody is accredited or has a different status based on the criteria that we would establish? So we're going to start with what the state board acted on in December, just as a reminder, and we'll hit on specific components today, not all components, but specific components of that action from December of 23. And we'll talk specifically about the roles and responsibilities, which was a part of that action, the timeline that we believe makes a lot of sense as we enact these different parts of the accreditation model. And then the accreditation determination areas along with levels of accreditation, which you'll see really reflects the state board action. So this is all the components of the action just broken out in bullets instead of paragraph form. We've talked a lot about the 4 fundamentals. We've talked about the state board outcomes. We're going to focus primarily on the quantitative state board outcomes today, along with student outcomes. And then compliance. I always joke that Jay's going to make compliance very exciting for you. But we know that it's very important, and we want to talk about the role of compliance, and it's already been mentioned in prior conversation today. And then we're going to talk specifically about that actionable model, the levels of accreditation, again, the timelines as we see them, and the considerations for the state board, roles specifically of KSDE, school districts, and the Accreditation Review Council. So that's an overview of the different things that we'll be covering with you today. So I'm going to let Jay talk a little bit about roles and responsibilities.
Thanks, Ben. Madam Chair, Board, Dr. Watson, thanks for the time this afternoon. I do want to make mention, thank you so much for attending. If you were able to make our KISA informational sessions, it's great when schools, we can have everybody in the room at the same time and having great discussions. So thank you for taking the time to do that. I just wanted to talk about the roles and responsibilities very briefly. We really pulled out the districts, KSDE, the ARC, and then the state board in terms of those roles. And across the top, you see the 3 areas that are accreditation areas that we will be
looking at in systems and evaluating systems in terms of making an accreditation decision. So very simply, in the districts really will be reporting the required information for each of those three areas on a yearly basis. KSDE, we would take that information, analyze it, and then if there are issues, or if what we're calling not meeting the standard, we're going to walk through what that means today. But if a system is not meeting a standard in any of those three areas, then KSDE would refer that system to the ARC for a review. There are things that happen before that happens, and there are systems that wouldn't necessarily need to be referred to the ARC because they are meeting that standard. But if they were referred to the ARC would review that information, and then the ARC, as they have been in the past, would make a recommendation of accreditation to the state board, and then simply the state board would determine, it's not always simple, but they would determine the accreditation status and vote on that for in the model. So that's the roles and responsibilities as we see it. And as we go through today, just kind of remember those different roles as we go through and talk around each of these different areas. So I'm going to move on to the timeline, and I think Ben's going to take us through just a timeline for the next 3 years for the model.
So as Jay mentioned, we've got three areas that we would make determinations based on: compliance, school improvement, and outcomes. And what this does, you can see the first year of implementation is the 24-25 school year. And when we look at compliance, we believe that we're positioned to be able to not only report on compliance, but also evaluate a system based on those compliance areas that really is just a continuation of what we've been doing from KESA 1.0. We do believe that there is evaluation of those compliance areas that's necessary based on, I guess, current challenges or issues that we've been able to identify through the work of our staff, and we'll be bringing those recommendations to the state board over time. But in terms of how we would roll out the accreditation model, we would just continue doing what we're doing, reporting and evaluating on systems meeting the standard in those different compliance areas that we have. With school improvement, and this could be referred to more as the process. So in the past, we've talked a lot about the process, and the school improvement process would be evaluated in the first year. And I'll walk through in a little bit what that will actually look like. But we would be able to evaluate based on the school system developing and submitting what we would refer to as an action plan. And that would be the requirement in year one, that you would go through this process to evaluate gaps or areas of need, and that you would submit a plan based on that process that we would then evaluate and provide feedback on. And with outcomes, you'll notice that there's a delayed evaluation when it comes to outcomes. And we'll talk about throughout the presentation what we mean when we refer to outcomes, but we would want to onboard the evaluation after several years while still reporting on those results. And we believe there's a couple of primary reasons for this. One would be that we think that reporting matters, and that having conversations throughout all these different collaboration steps along the way where we can talk about data is a way to make that data very relevant. And that's how we would describe reporting. The state board could consider other mechanisms to report data to make sure that we're making good informed decisions based on what the data is telling us. But we believe, number one, that reporting matters, and that can be an important part of the collaboration process. Number two, we believe that by providing a several year look at the action plan, that we're prioritizing action. And if we're not onboarding the results right away, we're giving the district, the school system, the ability to take those actions that we believe ultimately are going to impact those outcomes, and really prioritizing action. It's also important to note, as you've looked at the school improvement model. I was really happy with Shane showing that today. I think it's a great reference point. But in those measures of progress, that's where you start to bring in those leading metrics, or those things that we believe are going to be indicators that will impact those measures like state assessment results and graduation and post-secondary effectiveness. But the other very technical part of why we would want to onboard evaluation of results really has to do with the new assessment that will be taken in the spring of 2025. And we need a couple of years of assessing students with that new assessment so that the state board can set new cut scores based on the new assessment items that will be a part of that test. So several reasons why we believe that it makes a lot of sense to delay the evaluation of those outcomes until the 26-27 school year. But in year 2, we're still reporting and evaluating on compliance. We're moving towards the evaluation not only of the plan that's submitted, but implementation of that plan at that point. So school improvement, compliance are being evaluated, and again, those things would continue through that 3rd year, which we would then bring on those outcomes. And we'll talk specifically about what those are this afternoon through this presentation. And we'd like to just pause there and see if the board has any questions at this point.
Let's look at. I'm going to be on my soapbox again. Year 1, under compliance, if they are not implementing structured literacy, can we address that at that time as an?
So here would be my take on that. And this is something I think the board should consider as you move towards action this summer, the finalization of this plan. And we can walk through this in June, but what this model allows you to do would be to say to any school district, while we want you to go through gap analysis and analyze where those gaps are for you, the state board could say, in any system that is not making progress on the number of staff that they have trained in letters or in structured literacy, you could make that a requirement within that action plan. I think that would, to me, be the best way and most effective way to ensure that that is happening through the accreditation model. So a system that has a gap in that area but maybe didn't identify that as a gap would need to know that that is a requirement. And we've met systems who said they haven't started that process yet. So the board could say that's a priority, that's a required part of an action plan if that hasn't been done. So that might be a better way than compliance, because then you're starting to have conversation about implementation, not just the training. So I would make that recommendation to the board as a strong consideration to say there could be required components of an action plan if you haven't met that structured literacy standard.
Ann.
So if I heard what you're saying, if they're not doing structured literacy, that needs to be part of their action plan?
You could make that a required component of their action plan.
I mean, how would we do that when we pass all this?
I just say as part of the facilitation process, it would be known that if whatever we would establish as the standard, certainly if you haven't trained any of your teachers, and we know there are some of those systems, I think that the board, whenever you finalize the KISA model, could just state that that is a requirement, that any system that hasn't done that would need to do that.
But then we'd need to have, and we probably need one, a rubric on what does implementing structured literacy look like?
A rubric or a standard, yes.
Okay.
We could provide that.
So how do you define outcomes?
Well, we're going to walk through the 3 outcomes that we'll utilize. Okay. They would be related to graduation, post-secondary effective rate, and state assessment results.
Okay. If the KSDE person who's in charge of a certain compliance thing finds that a district's out of compliance, they don't just report to the ARC right away, right? Wouldn't they give the district time to comply like our regs talk about?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what we've been doing, and we would continue that practice.
Okay, but I know sometimes they've gone on for a couple years and not complied, so will we have a rubric or something that says this is how long we let them go and then they go to the ARC?
We have that as part of our recommendation or consideration. And you'll see that as we go through the presentation, that there is a period of time that we want to give a system, whether it's compliance, whether it's in-school improvement. If there is an issue or a deficit that we find through that evaluation, we do want to give them time to address whatever that issue
But
is.
you've got written down somewhere, this is how much time you get, or does it
Correct.
depend on the compliance issue?
It probably can vary, but we want to give time. And the primary thing we want to see is that a system is making good effort towards addressing that issue. And for the most part, we've seen that in our current model that we'd be applying moving forward.
Okay, well, it'd be helpful to know how much time you'd get for each of those compliance issues. But so it looks to me like before 26, 27, you could be made conditionally or accredited with conditions on either compliance or the action plan?
That's correct.
Okay, and who evaluates school improvement to see if that action plan is good enough?
So our team at KSD would do that.
And what's that look like? I mean,
So we our research and evaluation team, along with other teams in collaboration with other teams, we're developing a protocol. It would be similar to a rubric that would allow us to fairly objectively evaluate the alignment of the action plan with the needs of that system, meeting different components that we would establish as being necessary within that plan.
so somebody at KSDE then is going to be looking at the data from each district to know what they should have picked?
In part, and I'll give you an example. I think Dr. Watson mentioned earlier that we conducted a survey of the materials that are being utilized in Kansas in English language arts, math, and science. And the results, even though we're not quite ready to report, we have almost all districts submitted. But the data is very interesting. And I think if I could give you just a quick high-level summation of it, in English language arts, we're probably in better overall shape than I would have predicted, just, as you look at states that have invested in this work. But what we found is there are many districts who are actually utilizing curriculum that would be aligned with the science of reading, but are stating that they're using 3Qing. Just as an example of what we're seeing in the data. And as systems go through the gap analysis process, many of them will probably identify that they have misaligned materials or materials that they would want to bring into alignment to structured literacy or to our math standards. So if we were to look at that list and we were to identify a system who is saying we need to focus on K through 3 ELA curriculum, we would be able to say to that system that looks correct based on what we see in the data, that is a misalignment, or actually you already are aligned and you have updated that curriculum, so you would want to look at a different priority area, as an example of how we could do a quick evaluation of that plan.
So we have enough people on staff to look at 300 districts this coming year?
The way we're building the protocol, we believe that we would be able to do that. So a lot of that goes back to how our research and evaluation team is able to build the protocol so that we can collect the information in a way that we can most efficiently evaluate that.
So is there somewhere written down, I mean, if you back up before that, doing the action plan, they should have collected data, analyzed the data to develop their action plan, right?
Or we would provide them with a lot of the data points.
Okay, so somewhere there's a list of the data we expect them to collect, or?
We would provide them with data that would allow them to do an assessment at the local level, and then through our regional check-ins, through the like system evaluation, school improvement day, all of that is leading towards the establishment of that action plan.
Okay, so if you don't have your, whatever you're gonna call them, the team meetings until like, the late spring, will we be able to evaluate their action plan next year, or is it just kind of, I mean, obviously, we can't do them all in the fall, so.
Yeah, we would evaluate after they submit their action plan, no matter when that timeline for them would be based on the school improvement days.
So when would you submit your action plan? It's not the day all the teams get together.
We generally would like to see those submitted within about a 60-day periods of the school improvement day, and we'll walk through kind of that sequencing so that you can see why there's a delay between the school improvement day and the submission, where you can engage your school community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy?
So I want to back up a little bit because it really caught me and I liked it, the placing a requirement as part of their action plan. So, because what I heard you say was we have some districts that have basically done nothing. They haven't trained teachers.
They haven't started training.
Okay.
Yeah.
So really, for every district, that would look differently as well, right? Because this is their start. Basically, they're at a 0, so we would be watching to make sure they are moving forward. And then you have districts who have, maybe they've trained every teacher already. So we'd be looking, okay, how are you implementing it? Like, I mean, that would still be relevant no matter where they were in the process.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
It
Am I-
does.
Okay. The other part, and I'm just going to throw this in there because I had the thought, so I'm sorry if it's out of place, but when you talked about the audit results and stuff, because it's more than curriculum, and I know you know that, because it depends on the assessments they're using and the intervention tools they're using, because all of that has to align to the science of reading. There's so many different components, from what I'm understanding, that have to work together.
There are.
So it makes me wonder when you say somebody says that they have the right curriculum, but they're saying they're using 3Qing, maybe they're using it in an intervention.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, and that's part of the follow-up that we want to do as that being an example of what we see as a very high leverage action, right? Those materials matter, and we want to follow up with those systems there's a discrepancy in some way. So what you're using looks aligned to structured literacy. You're utilizing this 3Qing strategy. Why is that? And it could be, like you said, it could be because of supplemental materials. Maybe they don't know exactly what 3Qing is, or maybe they're using it beyond a literacy component as well. So we actually are going to schedule follow-up opportunities to dig into that a little bit further.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Proctor, when you look through letters, all through the material on that, it talks about the training, teachers of reading and spelling letters, training teaches teachers how to help students learn to read. It doesn't ever say it guarantees a child will read. And again, the child needs to want to learn to read, needs to be eager to learn to read. So it doesn't really say there isn't a guarantee anywhere. If we're going to start coming down on schools or teachers for not teaching reading, it says it helps the student to learn to read, including the why and the how, which we've talked about, science of reading and everything. Again, there aren't any guarantees that just because we use letters that kids are going to be able to read. They don't say that there's a guarantee. They're not guaranteeing that they will. So I just want us to make sure we're being careful as far as using one curriculum or one program. There's also the student component and the when they want to learn, the willingness to learn, the willingness to engage with the teacher. There's all sorts of components to that. So I just want to make sure, we could come down on them for accreditation or come down on the teacher. I just want to make sure this is a program out there that just says it helps the teacher with the students to help them to learn to read. Doesn't say it's guaranteeing them. So I just want to make sure that if you read through all the materials on letters, nothing ever guarantees that the child will be reading by the end of letters. So I just want that to be out there in the public when we're talking. I don't disagree with the science of reading. I think this is a great thing what we're doing, that we're calling attention to that, because I think that the sight words and sight training and all that was not helpful for many children. So I think the phonics is the key component to all of this, and that needs to be that needs to be the very first thing that's talked about as the phonics part of it. Thank you.
So just real quick, I think this is another kind of important component for the board. We won't spend a lot of time on it. I think if there was a purpose behind what we're proposing, it's honestly, it's not to come down on anyone. It really is to provide support. And so I think that's a really important part as we talk about even the identification of a system that might be this idea of accredited with conditions. It really all becomes about the support, the resources, the things that that system needs. And there'll be an element of that we talk about here shortly that I think is really important as Jay describes those different accreditation levels. So we'll keep moving on here. Just real quick, this is a way.
Just, Ben, just go back. I just want to, again, put things in perspective. So right now in KISA 1.0, you enter, and then 5 years later, we make a determination. What this is doing is moving that model to an every year look, but it's taking 3 years to get it all built. So I think it's important to know it's still less time than the 5 years would be, but you're going to have to give some time to have it work before you get solid. So you're still going to be faster for those of you that are impatient, right? But you still have to give time to build it out. So I want you to just acknowledge that transition. Thanks.
So we're going to walk through the different accreditation levels or areas. So as we mentioned, compliance, school improvement, outcomes, and then we'll have a standard. Each of those areas will have a standard, and we'll talk about that idea of a standard, a measure, and then the supports that would be associated with that area as well. And I'll let Jay talk about compliance.
As Ben alluded to, this will be the exciting portion of the presentation. But I do think compliance, while maybe not exciting, it is probably the most cut and dry piece of accreditation that we're talking about. As Ben said, we really are not changing much in how we are approaching compliance moving forward, with the caveat that we are going to be looking at the compliance areas that currently exist and reviewing those to ensure that those are relevant and those are the right compliance areas to look at. But for now, in the idea that the standard, meeting a standard, measurement, and then the supports, and we're really not going to spend much time on the supports today, even though, as Ben said, this is a heavy support-laden model. But today what you're going to hear mostly is about the standard and how we're measuring that. So the standard is for each of those applicable federal and state statutes and regulations, there is a different standard in each one of those, and talked about that. So it's each one of those compliance areas, there is a different standard. We do have a rubric for every compliance area, so systems can actually go through and see what the standard is. The measure is really working with our compliance leads, right, in the different areas. So if you're thinking about the Jason Flat Act, we have a KSDE lead team who works with systems in that particular area. So we've got multiple leads across the agency that work in those compliance areas. And that they actually measure and audit systems every year. Some are more often than once a year. Some are really kind of a one point in time during the school year. So again, they differ by the compliance area. But those are also the same people who are providing the supports. So to Member Ma's assertion around, we have to be able to provide supports. Yes, we don't, a system, the minute you're out of compliance does not mean you're automatically going to be referred to the ARC, right? It's a support model. So, and those lead teams in compliance work through with systems if there are any type of compliance issues. So that's compliance. We're going to move through school improvement and then student outcomes, and then we'll open up for questions. So I'll turn it back over to Ben on school improvement.
Okay, again, keeping the same outline, we've got a standard associated. There's actually a multifaceted standard associated with school improvement along with a measure and support. So I'm going to walk through those three components of the standard with you. We'll spend a little bit of time on each, and this gets into the protocol component that we believe is so critical. and then how we would measure those, and ultimately moving towards the primary measure being that implementation of the plan. So when we talk about school improvement, you're going through a process to identify the priority for you. We've looked at that model where there's a lot of components to that that build upon one another, and we want every system to find the right starting point for them. And then it's all about implementation. It's all about measuring progress and that annual evaluation opportunity, and then the supports that would be associated with any of those areas that we would say are high leverage that we want the system to pursue. Example of supports would be the way we're providing letters training at no cost, or the types of resources that our team can provide when you're focused on standards alignment, or the types of things that you can look for in a classroom when you're applying some of that training. So we'll walk through each of these areas. So the engagement component, I think it's really important. And again, there's certain things we won't spend a whole lot of time on today, but I think this is another element that the board should be very confident in. So part of the reason we want to evaluate engagement, this would be working with that district leadership team to ask questions about the degree to which they've engaged in our process. Because if we have a school system that is doing all the things we're asking them to do, is highly engaged in that process, and we're not seeing outcomes change over time, then we want to evaluate what we're asking them to do. So if we believe that getting systems together with other systems like them and talking about school improvement, talking about implementation of structured literacy or aligning to science standards, we're going to facilitate that conversation so that we can help systems see what each other is doing that's working. And we're also going to be collecting information so we can evaluate what they're telling us they're doing. We're highly invested in that structure. We believe there's going to be a lot of value in systems coming together and talking about their work. But if we're not seeing impact over time, and that's where our research and evaluation team is so critical, if we're not seeing impact, then we'd want to evaluate what we're asking them to do. So going into it, we believe that we will see impact, but if we're not seeing that, that's on us to check our own work and make sure that we're telling systems to do the right things. So that's a big part of that engagement measure, and we would be providing that from the very first year that systems are working through this process. The action plan measure would be ultimately that district submission of that action plan based on going through that process. That's where each school system will identify what we believe is the right action or set of actions for them. And if you were able to participate or attend any of the informational sessions, one thing that we all know but was so apparent was capacity within our small systems versus our large systems. We're almost talking about different worlds. But in a lot of ways, we believe that model is recognizing that and gives any system a starting point, no matter how far along they are in the process or the capacity that they may have or may not have, depending on the size. So we do believe that we have a strong model for all systems, but that measure would be that submission of that plan that our team could then evaluate, provide feedback. We believe that we have a simple process for a system to ultimately submit that plan to us. And our IT team right now is working on that template, that KISA application that would allow a system to upload that action plan. So then we would move again to that primary way we want to measure and evaluate a system on the school improvement process, and that would be through implementation. And that's where that column that describes the measures of progress, those things that are much more immediate, that allow us to see year after year after year implementation, that you're making that progress in that particular action item. We would be able to evaluate through that protocol that we develop and be able to provide feedback to the system on that. So I want to show you just very quickly that collaboration process. And if you know much about KISA 1.0, I usually ask in those informational sessions how many folks spent time in the KISA application. Because if they did, what you would find in that application when you sit down at your computer, you would see open narrative text boxes and then opportunities to upload artifacts. And for some, those are bad memories for some of us. So what we want to elevate, we're not saying that there won't be any narrative response or there'll be zero artifacts. We haven't committed to that, but we have said that we are going to prioritize the conversation and collaboration. And so we believe that if a system has not established a well-organized, high-functioning district leadership team, need to start doing that, and we can provide some guidance on that. Most systems have that, but some don't. But we believe that really the conversation needs to start at the local level, and that construction, it's going to vary by size, but that's where you bring teachers to the conversation. You bring special education staff that represent a variety of the kids that are reflected in your school system. You have administrators. You have a team that can talk about instructional practice, and we would provide that protocol for them to start evaluating where those gaps are for them. And this is where our team, through our research and evaluation team, would develop that protocol, and they would have conversations at the local level that would then extend into our regional executive check-in time. And this is where we start collecting information based on the protocol so we can do those evaluations. We can start evaluating engagement, the action planning process, and ultimately, as we move forward, implementation. That then extends into the school improvement day itself, where you're with like systems. We have the protocol that our facilitators would execute. Part of that, again, is collecting information from them as they're sharing different ways they're addressing those components of the school improvement process and the model. And then they would leave there with a plan to engage their school community. We believe that's a critical component. I know that was, as you look at the model, it looks like that's the last thing you do. But really, I would describe it as it's the first thing you do. Because up until that point, all we're doing is teaching the school improvement model. And we want to provide our district leaders, our district leadership teams with that component so that then they can engage their school community. And that really that's the starting point for all the work. So this process is how you get to the action plan, but it's really the whole kickoff for this new model. And then it's all about implementation at that point. But we believe all those components are critical. The two in the middle, that check-in and those school improvement days, are when we are collecting information based on the protocol that we develop so that our team ultimately can measure the establishment of an action plan, the engagement in the process, and the implementation in the most objective way possible. Because it's not, it's qualitative work, so that becomes more difficult, but we believe we'll have a very good process to do that. So moving on to the third component, third area of the accreditation determination protocol is outcomes. And you can see, again, there's a standard that's established, and we're leaning into the goals that the state board has established. You're going to see a few places where we're not putting numbers in yet, and we'll have time to do that, and we'll talk about why that is. So there's both the idea of improvement towards those goals and when you have attained those goals. And we'll talk about those in the context of graduation, post-secondary effectiveness, and our math and ELA state assessments. So that will include the measures that we establish for kind of that baseline or that benchmark based on what those state board goals are. And then again, everything would come with supports. That's a part of the model. It's a support-based model. So looking at graduation rate first, we've got it divided up into two areas. One is the performance category, and one is the supports. And so in those top two areas, we don't want to necessarily lock ourselves into vocabulary, but right now we're calling that performance category up at the top the highest performance category, and it's based on that state board goal of 95% graduation. So if a system is there, they would meet the standard. There would be no supports required. They're doing what they need to do. And I think we have, right now, if we were to look at our numbers, we would have maybe 30 to 35% of our systems would be at that standard right now. I could be wrong on that. I think Jake Steele has that. I'll double check that. The second category would be demonstrated improvement. So we hear this a lot from our school systems. We want to recognize growth, or we want to recognize improvement. So this is where the state board could say, here's the standard. We've got X in there right now. But the state board could say, here's a standard that we believe any system should be able to meet. And you're at that standard and increasing. So you're not at 95%, but you're at a standard that we would establish, and you're growing, then we would say you're also meeting the standard. It'd be just the same category as highest performance, in that no support would need to be provided, and you would not be evaluated ultimately by any recommendation to the ARC at that point. So the third category would be where there is an identified need related to related to graduation rate. So again, establishing what that standard, that benchmark would be, and ultimately that would be a system that is declining. So it's a relatively low standard that they're at with graduation rate, and that it would be declining. And we would look at this over time. So this is where our team would say we would set the business rules associated with that, likely looking at periods of time of about 5 years. So it would be trend data, just not year to year to year, because we know, especially in smaller school systems, you're going to see a lot of fluctuation when you have smaller populations of students. So in that identified need area, you've got decreasing graduation rates. You're below whatever that threshold would be that the state board would establish, and that's where supports would be provided, and that the system would need to indicate how are they going to address that area of deficiency within their action plan or the plans that they're submitting. So moving on to post-secondary effectiveness, it's the same format, performance categories and support. So we're using that 70%, which is the state board goal. So if you're at 70% or higher on your post-secondary effective rate, then there would be no supports needed. You would be meeting the standard. If in demonstrated improvement, you're not at 70%, but you are within or above your predicted range, or you're increasing, then we would say you're meeting the standard, that there are no supports required. So those systems would all be meeting whatever that standard is that's established. But for those that would be in that identified need category, you would be in combination both below your predicted range and decreasing over that established period of time based on what those business rules would be. And that's where you would need to address that and receive supports potentially if you're not able to address that effectively. So that third outcome, again, would be based on your state assessment results. Again, all of these, we want to make sure it's understood that our timeline would be that these are not part of an evaluation until the 26-27 school year. And this is where that new established cut score for these different performance categories for that new test would need to be in place. So we wouldn't have the ability until the state board is able to do that to establish what those percentages would be. So we're basing this on the highest performance category. These are based on state board goals that we would establish a percentage that should be at levels 3 and 4, and the percentage that you should not have in level 1. So it would be percent or less in level 1, percent or more in levels 3 and 4 for that highest performance category. That would be meeting the standard. For demonstrated improvement, you're not meeting whatever that highest performance standard would be, but you're seeing increasing levels of 3 and 4 and decreasing levels of 1. We would say that's meeting the standard. There's no supports required. You're not subject at that point to any referral to the ARC. But in identified need, you're not meeting either of those two categories, and you are either seeing decreasing levels of 3 and 4 or increasing levels of level 1 students, and therefore that's when we would want to take a more in-depth look at what's happening. Again, this would be trend data over time, where we would do comparisons And ultimately, you would address that particular deficit within that action plan. So with that, I think we're going to pause once again if you have questions.
Looking. Danny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On this post-second, I really struggle with post-secondary. There are several school districts that have spoken to me that in their particular area, it's not important, but yet they have to track it. So it's a smaller school district, but based on their clientele, it does, for them, they don't feel that like it makes sense to have to track it. So I just have to, and it doesn't to me either, but.
Ann?
And that doesn't make any sense to me, so maybe we can talk about it later. Why would it not make sense to determine what happened to these kids after high school? But anyway, we can talk about that later.
That's not our responsibility of what they do after they graduate from high school. That's not our responsibility.
Actually, it absolutely is. If we haven't prepared them to do anything, then we failed those 12 years. So maybe it's just a discussion
Okay, we can
should
have that discussion because we
Yeah.
aren't preparing them to do anything right now,
Well, then
in
that's
my
an
humble opinion.
even better reason to measure it. See if we're getting any better. Okay, so, do you know when we'll be able to see that guided reflection protocol? The questions they're supposed to be looking at, is that already ready?
We're working on that now. We've got kind of a framework established. Again, that's going to be heavy research and evaluation team. They're establishing the different standards or criteria, but we could certainly, it's going to be a part of the school improvement work group conversations as well. So that'll be some internal work that we'll be doing, but we can bring that to the board prior to rolling out the new model.
Because they'd have to have it to start the new model, right? I mean,
That's
that's the
correct.
first thing they have to do.
That's correct.
So if we approved this summer, it'd need to be in their hands before August.
We would have it out just as soon as we're given approval that this is the new model. We in our informational sessions, we believe that those questions that we would ask district leadership team members to start evaluating, we've said we really want to get those out in July.
Okay.
That's the first thing that they would need.
So if I understand you right, if you're in the identified needs area, then that could get you to the ARC, right? Otherwise, if you're in the other two, you're.
That's
okay.
correct. We would, a consideration for the board, and I think our teams would want the board to consider, if you fall into that identified need category in any of those areas, we would recommend a year to address that need prior to going to the ARC. And if it's not addressed within that year, if it's a data point and it hasn't moved, or it's an implementation component that hasn't been completed, we would give them a year to be able to address that before it goes to the ARC. If it doesn't, then the ARC would receive that information and make a determination based on that.
Okay, what happens to the CAN-STAR program?
We would continue to, the Kansas Star, the star recognition?
program?
Okay. We don't have any plans right now to change that. We would continue that.
Okay.
And believe that that could actually, for many systems, be a component of a measure of progress within the school improvement model too, just to strengthen that and maybe encourage more participation in that.
Okay, and I know in the meeting we had recently, you talked about how at some point we have to declare them accredited. I mean, and you talked about maybe every July 1st. Is that still the plan? If you're not at the ARC, you're accredited?
I think that there's different ways the board could consider approaching that. We're coming out of a KISA model where I believe we're entering with just about every system accredited or finishing up that model accredited, so the board could consider that just rolls in and that everybody's accredited. We do plan right now, our plan would be to present in July any changes to accreditation status, or if the board would like to bring every system, we could do that too, but we would plan to do that on an annual basis, very likely in July. And we would also have biannual reports on just the progress that we're making. So we feel like twice a year, we'd be providing, especially in these first several years, an update on everything that we're learning and the experience that we're having within this new model.
Okay, because at some point, I think you can't just let them roll. You got to say, you're doing okay. But
Yeah, and that's a big part of why we want to do the annual evaluation process.
okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
I have only one question because I went to some of your presentations, I listened to feedback, and I feel like a lot of us have had the opportunity to kind of absorb this, but something that stuck with me was, is there an area for compliance? I'm having flashbacks to conversations in the legislature about schools aren't doing these things, and so when I think about compliance with state laws, does that fit somewhere in this process?
Yeah, we would say in
Specifically, I mean, you have a way to measure, you have a way to check. Can you elaborate a little?
Yeah, the areas that have been identified as compliance areas for accreditation, there are 14 of them, and each one has what in compliance looks like, working towards compliance or not in compliance. And those are measured each year, at least once a year, from all of our KSD lead teams that oversee those areas.
Are you going to give them a list? How are they going to keep up with changes? I think that's where we've gotten tripped up in the past.
Give who the list?
The districts, the list, yeah.
Of who's
So
in compliance and
what are
who's
the new
not.
laws this year? What do we need to change so that we're in compliance with those laws? I'm trying to figure out how to plug some of those gaps.
So that would be something that we would need to discuss with the board, because the board identifies the 14 areas of compliance, and that hasn't changed every year. It could, you know, as Ben talked about, something with structured literacy, that could be part of that compliance. I agree with him. I think it's better slotted in the school improvement side. But the board can identify, these are the areas that we want to identify as compliance areas.
Okay. Yep. Good enough for now. Thank you.
Okay.
Check one more time. I don't see any more questions.
Okay. We'll move right along here.
So from the roles and responsibilities, the timelines, kind of that scaffolding of evaluation that Ben walked through, and then each of those accreditation areas, the standard, the measure, and the supports. This all culminates in the levels of accreditation. So this would be at a very high level. You are accredited if you're meeting the standard in all 3 accreditation areas. You're accredited with conditions if you're not meeting the standard in 1 or more areas. And I'm going to walk through some examples on the next slide. And then you're not accredited if you're not meeting the conditions set forth by the state board. So if you're accredited with conditions and you're not meeting those conditions, the state board could determine you to be not accredited. So that's at a very high level, the definitions. Here's a quick example. If you look at across the top, you have the 3 areas of accreditation, and then you have meet standard or does not meet standard there on the left. And then you have the recommended status. And Ben alluded to this earlier, but let's say that, and again, to Dr. Watson's point, this is an annual evaluation. This is a much more rapid, more frequent evaluation model. And so let's say that at the end of 1 year, a system does not meet the standard in any of those compliance areas. What the response would be is that system would have 1 year to work towards compliance. And then if that wasn't addressed within that year by the system, then that would be a referral to the ARC for their review. It's the same recommended status in school improvement. So there's gaps in the implementation a system is working through in terms of their school improvement, their action plan. If they're not meeting that standard, then they would have 1 year to address that before there would be a referral to the ARC. And the same thing then for outcomes. If you're not meeting the standard in those outcome areas or any of those outcome areas, that system would then again have a year to address those through supports provided by different groups. And then if that situation doesn't improve, they're not back up to standard within that year, or they're not making progress towards that, then that would be a referral to the ARC for their review.
Time for a question?
After an awkward pause, yes, we can definitely jump into questions.
Kathy?
I know what I thought I felt in the sessions I attended, but overall, in all of the, conversations you've had and interactions, do you believe districts like the 1-year rolling situation? I mean, did you feel like that was a positive in their world? I mean, I like it, but.
I think it's in the eyes of the beholder, right? Whether they like it or not. I do know this, that when we say things like, we had systems in the first round of KISA who had a gap in any of those 3 areas in year 1, and that gap is still there in year 5, and now the ARC is the first group to say, you have a gap. It wasn't meant to work like that.
Right.
In some cases it did.
Right.
This is responding to systems with different needs. And so I feel like we get a lot of head nods when we talk through that. I think there are people that aren't going to like this model. I think we just have to resign ourselves. They're not going to like it. This is going to be much more of an evaluative on a yearly basis, and really high expectations around the actions you're taking in school improvement in your district. So, yeah, I think for the most part, I feel like it slots us, the state board, everybody, to really help systems improve and stay on track.
Yeah, and I like that a lot. One of the things I really liked too was hearing you say that the ARC, and I think everybody did too, would on-site visit to help identify, that if it actually came to that, they would be able to talk to people. Because I think that was a huge issue, just that, online back and forthing with the narratives and not being able to have a conversation, which going toward having that word conversations continually has been a really big plus, I think, from what I was gathering, so.
I may, if it's okay, Madam Chair, just quickly, this is, as we look at these levels of accreditation, you'll notice that there is a change in that middle status, that it previously was conditionally accredited. Based on what we've proposed, again, a lot of considerations for the state board. There's some thresholds that would have to be established, with the numbers and all of that. But I think if we're to implement this model, there must be, in my opinion, 3 levels of accreditation, not 2. And I'm afraid what happened in KISA 1.0, we inadvertently created 2. Because the feeling from the system was if I was conditionally accredited, I was not accredited. And again, that's, you go through that process, that wasn't the intent. So I think if ultimately we're going to move this forward, this framework, all of this, I think that the state board would need to be really clear that an accredited with condition status is not accredited. And it's a place where we're able to target specific supports so that condition that would be established is clear, and then any action that would need to be taken is directly associated with that condition. So I feel like that's something that as you kind of navigate through the decision-making process, buttoning all of this up over the next couple of months, I think that's a conversation, is that when that occurs, when conditions would need to be established, that is an acceptable place, that there will be systems where that can occur, and that can be an opportunity to provide really strong supports to that system.
Don't see any more questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Oh, it's slow. Anne?
Sorry, I didn't know they were done. So I just have a couple. One, what happens to the 8 foundational structures that are in regulation and KISA 1.0?
So when I look at the foundational structures, two of them are explicit in the school improvement model. So tiered support systems and community partnerships, family, business, community partnerships. When I look at a lot of the associated foundational structures that are centered in the ROSE capacities, you find the majority of those in standards, whether they're English language arts standards or other content area standards. So they're a part of, in my opinion, a part of the standards alignment process. The exception would be, I think, and it's still addressed through, again, one of those structures within the school improvement model would be just those vocational opportunities that we're providing to students. And I think we would need to just make that a part of the protocol and conversations that we're having to make sure that those opportunities are still being provided. But I think we're actually, in a lot of ways, strengthening the ROSE capacity components of those foundational structures while embedding two of those foundational structures into the actual structures that are part of that school improvement model.
Yeah, a couple of them might be in there, but not all of them. I'm not sure about the rows, but maybe we can talk about that in more detail. The only other thing is, what are we going to do with the private schools that don't fit this model?
Glad you asked. We had a meeting recently with the Kansas City Archdiocese and the Lutheran schools. And basically one of the things that we need an approved model. That's number one, right, as we move through this. Mm-hmm. But we think we can find a meet in the middle in terms of matching the governance structure that those systems have for how they do education to the model, and then matching our capacity to support. And so we basically said, as long as there's an action plan involved, as long as there is collaboration involved, and as long as there's some sort of evaluation in this, let's work together to figure out what that looks like, according to their governance structure.
Because the big deal was renewing licenses, right? Really, one of the big reasons they needed to be attached to a public school was because we didn't recognize other, like they said, the three-tiered licensure model, or whatever they called it, the outside accreditation agencies.
Yes, I think that's true, but Nick and Jamie are still here. I want to address this in general. We wish those private systems to be accredited with us. We wish there was more accountability for public money, that gets spent. And I think they've been a great partner for many, many years. So we're committed to that. They just have a different environment, and we have to acknowledge that. But I think it's been a great partner, and I think, as Jay said, we'll figure this out.
And Myron and I made a proposal to those two systems, or those two organizations, and by the end of July, we'll have something in place. We're gonna work throughout the summer and have that resolved by July.
Jim Porter.
And I'm going to follow up on what Ann said. First of all, I think it's very important, and I think it's a benefit for our state to have the cooperation with the private schools and us. And I think that's a strength that we should value. A couple of things. I don't expect an answer. I mean, you sort of answered it, but I'm going to just my observations. And by the way, when we talk about private education, I'm going to get ahead of my skis real quick because I don't know a lot about that. But it appeared to me, let's talk to the Lutheran schools, it appeared to me like they really don't have a district structure. It sounded to me more like they have individual schools, K-8, K-5, and only one high school apparently. But it sounded to me more like a public school that's a K-8, 50 miles from someplace else. And I hope that we can accommodate that, because I don't know a lot of what I'm talking about, which rarely keeps me from talking. But it appears to me they have a whole different structure, and I hope that we can accommodate that, and you indicated that you're going to try to do that. The next thing is the system. The school that I came from was Cognia or Advanced Ed or North Central at whichever time you called it. Uh, Because whenever I moved to Kansas, we had QPA, and I considered that to be extremely weak. I came from a school that had something similar to Keystone steroids, and so that's what I was used to. Is there a way that we can coordinate with those other agencies so that school districts, where the private school districts or even public school districts that still use Cognia don't have to do the thing, can coordinate them so they're not doing the same thing twice?
Yes, that is our goal. And we've been
So-
working with Nancy Bowles and Ann Connor.
Yeah,
over the
and
last
the,
couple
and then
months.
I don't know what the other agencies are, but I think there's 2 or 3 of them. I just hope that we can work that out to not put an extra burden on school districts. So those, and I say, I don't expect to answer, those are observations that I made, and it seems to me like it's to all of our benefit to make it work.
Thank you.
Kathy?
Basically just a big ditto. I just, if they're doing Cogni, I don't know why we can't just work with that. I do have a question, if you don't mind, if you could help me, and maybe you don't know, but what is the impact on them if we're not accrediting them? Because I know teacher licensure is a big deal, but what?
Not
Can you help?
accrediting private systems?
Mhm.
I think in the regs, it basically just states that if a private system is not accredited, then they're not recognized as part of the state accreditation group, for lack of a better term. And then until they meet some initial type of satisfactory requirements to join back in, they would be not accredited or non-accredited by the state of Kansas.
But what is the impact on them? Where their teachers, because their teachers are still licensed through.
Yeah, I couldn't speak to that.
Okay.
Shane Carter would probably be a better person to talk to the impact, because
Just-
as
I'm just trying to
Ann
get a
talked
full
about, it's
understanding of
mainly around the
whole
licensure
thing.
piece.
But just mostly kind of dittoing what Jim is saying,
Sure.
that, if they're already doing Cognia, surely we can just work with that and make things.
We are actively working through that, for sure.
Thank you.
You bet.
Any more questions? I think we're good for today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, we will take a break. Let's come back at 4:40. Sorry, 4:35. Let's do 4:35. Randy paused. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, we'll do 4:35. We're not too far behind. All right, we are back and ready for item 18, and I am excited to meet KSDE intern Peyton Lynn, who is getting her steps in today since we thought we were going to squeeze this one in earlier and then got delayed. So welcome back to the boardroom, Dr. Jake Steele. Hello.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board, it's good to be with everyone today. I'm going to be very brief and introduce Peyton Lynn. So Peyton is an intern with KSDE in the policy realm. I wanted to say a few things about Peyton and then let her talk about her experience. My understanding is we haven't done an internship like this before in policy. And so we've kind of built it as we've gone. So things I don't think Peyton might tell you is Peyton is a Kansas girl from Tonganoxie. She graduated last week from K-State, summa cum laude, which is Latin for better than the rest of us. So noted for the record. And she let me see if I can hit this award. She actually got a very, very impressive award. And like I see her coming up in my feed on these things. So she is the Kansas State Dean of Students Outstanding Student Award recipient. Is that accurate? Senior.
Outstanding senior.
Throw that in there. But you can tell the importance by how often it is coming up. And it's very impressive what she's done. So she has been a policy intern for the Division of Learning Services and helped in other areas. We'll let her talk about that, but very grateful that we had the opportunity to bring on an intern in the policy space. My opinion as a policymaker, it's sometimes hard to get into the door there and to get experience, mainly at a state level. Sometimes it feels the only opportunity is the feds, and my opinion is I'd rather have people stay in the state. So, Peyton, tell us about your experience.
Thanks. I appreciate the chance to share a little bit about my time here at KSDE the last semester. Jake was right. He gave you a lot more information than I probably would have said. But like he said, I graduated from K-State here last week. I'm originally from Tonganoxie and spent all 4 years at Kansas State, and I really loved my time. I was in a program called Educational Studies through the College of Education, which is for people who are interested in education but don't necessarily want to be a traditional K-12 classroom teacher. And that was where I ended up falling. I kind of found this passion for education policy and really wanted to work in a space where I could understand what makes schools the way that they are and how systems are running. That was really what I wanted to focus on. And so when I went to the dean of the College of Education and said, well, I need an internship to graduate, and this is what I want to do, you know, what are my options? She was able to get me in touch with somebody who had used to work here at KSDE, and some things happened behind the scenes that I don't really know, that I know exactly how I ended up here. But somebody said yes, and so I was able to spend the last semester here working pretty closely with Jake in the policy and research realm here at KSDE, and I have really enjoyed my time doing that. Everybody asked me when I said that this was what I wanted to do, is like, are you sure? That sounds really terrible. And you know, what does that look like? And so I can pretty firmly say now that yes, I am sure, and it wasn't nearly as terrible as everybody tried to tell me it was going to be. I really love the policy side of things and government, and so I've greatly appreciated the opportunity to be here the last 5 months, and I'm looking forward to spending my summer here, extending my internship into the summer to work full time. So, you know, like I said, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to have worked with, you know, pretty closely with the accreditation team in some of my work. And, you know, Jake will come to me and say, oh, you know, we need to know more about such and such topic, and so I work on my computer for a little bit and try to find as much information for him as I can, and that's kind of what that looked like for me for a lot of this semester. So it was a really great learning experience, and was glad to have the chance to learn from people who have been in a lot of different areas at the agency and within school systems to get that perspective. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody has about what I did this semester here.
Well, welcome. Board members, any questions for Peyton? Dean, I hear two. I've got Dina and then I'll go Dennis.
Well, if you're interested in education policy, have you thought about maybe pursuing some sort of legal background that would allow you to work on the state level from a research point of view, or even as a reviser?
Yeah, I told people at one point that I was interested in going to law school, and they said, "Do you want to be a lawyer?" And I said, "Well, not really." And they were like, "Well, that's, maybe not the best decision then." So the law side of things, I'm not sure about quite yet in my career. I haven't actually decided as far as education exactly what comes next. I knew that I really just wanted to kind of jump into the work side of things. So I'm exploring my options as far as, further education opportunities and what that looks like going forward.
Well, revisers write policy.
Yeah.
So that just may be the place for you.
Dennis.
Well, I'm just going to piggyback off of what Dina's saying, and I working across the street for us might be a really good option going forward. But anyway, I just thank you for spending your time here. It's good to, I'm sure Jake appreciated what you did for him, and just keep looking forward to what you might be able to help, and there's, with 286 districts, there's always questions out there. So thanks for your time here.
Thank you.
Ann.
No, thank you for your work. And they have legislative, the revisers, but legislative research just does policy, and they research policy all over the country, and they have several people who just work on education. So it could be a good fit. That'd be fun.
All right, I don't see any more questions. Thank you so much for
Peyton,
coming down.
talk to the board about some of the projects you have worked on.
Yeah.
Some of the work that you have done specifically.
A big part of what I did this past couple of months was work with the accreditation team. I went through and audited all of our accreditation regulations to try to figure out how they aligned with what we were doing in practice with KISA 1.0, moving into the new model, trying to see how that was going to work. I wanted to take a look at what we had been doing to see where some of our practices and the actual text of the regulations might not be fully aligned. And so that was a big piece of the work that I did this past semester. And then they said, "Oh, well, that was really cool. Can you do it with some of these other things as well?" So I've been looking so far at some of our the professional development plan regulations, the mentoring plan regulations. So that's a big piece of the work that I've been doing. And then more on the research side, some stuff with literacy programs and just researching best practices from other states to figure out what's working elsewhere and what that would maybe look like in Kansas.
Jake, come back up. So what neither Jake or Peyton told you is that Randy doesn't like interns. So, and Jake is the first, to model that. But I will tell you, after having these two, I'm changing my mind. Okay, you both have changed my mind. So, I know. You guys are trying to get her hired across the street. We got to slow that down a little bit. But thanks to Jake and when we brought Peyton on, you've been wonderful and appreciate your work, and so thank you.
Well, I'm just going to say I'm glad that Jake stuck around. And I heard you say you're going to be full-time all summer. Is that right? Mm-hmm. And maybe beyond, or to be determined?
Yeah, my goal would be to continue to work in state agency policy work. So.
All right. Well, congratulations, and thank you for choosing this kind of public service.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Board.
All right, our next item is 19, it's been a long day. Action to approve submission of proposed amendment to KAR 9138-3, school bus safety. Scott Gordon, you don't have to leave your seat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I think Deborah is passing around the language of the proposed regulation. You'll recall last month we brought to you this as a receive item. I don't have any kind of fancy presentation for you. It's adding one sentence to the regulation. I'm more than happy to answer any questions if anyone has them.
Can you tell us which one based on number?
It is going to be, thank you, it's going to be number 4, the one that's underlined. The transportation supervisor shall, when practicable, avoid establishing stops that would require students to cross any roadway. And I will tell you, there was feedback that I received encouraging us to add to prevent crossing any roadway when loading or unloading the bus. That was some proposed language. I think it's probably implied by the language we proposed, but I'm happy to send whatever language through that you would like.
Do you think that's really important? Well, it has the human element, require students.
Board members, any
Right.
questions?
I just want to share with you all the feedback that I had. That I received so far.
Motion?
Ready for a motion?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education authorize the submission of an amendment to KAR 9183-3 through the formal regulatory adoption process.
Is there a second? Dina. Further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor, raise your hand. I've got 8, and I believe that Michelle had to drop off, and so that's 8-0. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, so you've had several months discussion with members of the legislature and yourself around regulation and maybe possible law. Today, you've passed regulation, I think unanimous, right? And now, you're not going to see it for a long, long time. And in fact, when it comes back, my guess is this board that just passed this will not be the board that has to look at it. Well, because you've got members leaving this board in December. So I point that out because that's the frustrating thing, is that the board oftentimes votes on the end of a regulation is not the board that it spends months, some cases years, doing the work to bring it to fruition. And that'll be the case with this, that this board will not be the same board that eventually will vote to have a hearing on the regulations when they come back, so. It needs to be improved.
It's a good thing that they're staggered terms.
Our next item is 20 legislative matters. Welcome, Dr. Frank Harwood.
Good afternoon. Happy to come back to what maybe will be the last legislative update. So we'll kind of see where it goes from there. To start off with, so the legislature adjourned sine die on the 30th. So they're not at work here anymore. There were 605 bills introduced. We followed about 100 of them that were connected to education in some way. And we're going to talk about just a few of them that actually made it to the governor. But we'll point out that one of the bills had 8 other bills put into it. So that one will take a little bit longer. So I started off in February when I first did my first presentation to you with these 4 bills that I thought were particularly of interest to the state board. The first one, which was a compliance bill about if you were out of compliance with one thing, then you could not be accredited. That bill died in committee. It never got a hearing. Started off as Senate Bill 407 and 2521. This would have been the one that would have required you to license teachers through an alternative path. Passed the House, never passed the Senate, did not go to conference committee, so it is dead now. 2669 is codifying the mental health intervention teams and moving them to KDADs. So I think that Trish talked about this a little bit before. That had kind of a precarious path through the legislature. 2669 didn't go anywhere. It didn't get out of the Senate committee, so it was never acted upon. So a proviso was put into the first budget bill that moved the $13 million of MHIT funding from the State Department of Education to KDADs, and then included some information that qualified non-public schools would also be eligible, but didn't add any money. And it lowered the reimbursement that districts would be able to keep from 75% of the grant to 50% of the grant. The governor vetoed that language out of the budget bill. So the $13 million moved, but there was no language governing the $13 million. What she said is KDAD should keep doing what KSDE was doing. Then, on probably April 30th, the omnibus bill passed with new language that still moved the $13 million, added $3 million more for public schools and $1.5 million for qualified non-public schools, and then set the reimbursement at, so basically the grant is based on the cost of the liaison, and in the omnibus language that has not yet been signed, the district keeps 65% and then passes 35% on to their partner which doesn't have to be a CMHC. It can be anybody any mental health provider that can provide all of the services. One of those has to be a 24-hour hotline, which makes it so that just somebody that is a sole practitioner probably couldn't fit that, but there are some other agencies that can. So then again, that was a longer story than other was. The last one, which was Senate Bill 501 and then House Bill 2785, ended up being Senate Bill 96. This would have created the Office of Early Childhood, and it would have moved parents as teachers from KSDE to that office. That never got voted on in the Senate, so it's dead. So parents as teachers will stay with us, and the Children's Cabinet will stay under our budget authority. So those things won't change. Any questions on any of those? Just because those are the ones that were pointed more towards the State Board of Education, I would say. Okay. All right, so the rest of them are the things that actually passed. One that will impact districts quite a bit is Senate Bill 73, which is about current year enrollment. For this year, districts counted either the prior year or the second preceding year for enrollment. Starting next year, districts will count the current year or prior year, and then for next year only, they can count the average of the prior year and the second preceding year, whatever is best for them. The reason for that is that by shifting the count years up, those districts that are continuously declining, they had to skip a year of decline. So they kind of got hit with 2 years of decline in 1 year. So that average is there to kind of smooth that transition. Once we get past that, it's still the same 2 years they were going to have to use at some point. The current year is very beneficial to growing districts because now they can count the students that they have there that year. So it passed the House and the Senate easily, and then was signed by the governor in April. Yeah.
Sorry, was 386 the Healy bill, or was that separate?
No, 386. I'll get to that one. 386 was actually the Senate's version of current enrollment. The problem was that it didn't get acted on before turnaround, so they had to conference it in a new shell. So, but it actually kept the language that it had from the beginning. Actually, we'll talk about 339 later. All right. Senate Bill 19, I don't know what, I think it started off as a tax bill at some point or another. But it's actually, there's a scholarship in there. The part that's important for school districts is that House Bill 2494 was included into that language. KDHE will come up with a model emergency cardiac plans. School boards will have to adopt them, and then they will have to do training after that. KSDE is not involved in the process, though we will probably assist KDHE in at least getting information out and those kinds of things because we have that contact information. Next one is 438, which was, we're going to call the blueprint for literacy, though it's actually a scholarship bill. Just interestingly, what used to be the ethnic minority scholarship was abolished, and they added the Kansas Academic Excellence Scholarship. The only reason I mention that is that the criteria to be eligible are either a first-generation college student or the child of a K-12 teacher or paraeducator. So thought that was an interesting way to do it. The next part is the blueprint for literacy. I know that Randy talked a little bit about some of that. There is $10 million that's appropriated for the blueprint for literacy. $3 million of it is for setting up the office and moving forward. $7 million of it is ideally there to pay for tuition and a $500 stipend for teachers that take the classes that KBOR and the state board need to agree upon as the micro-credentialing for the science of reading. So this is one of those things that would be another path for teachers to get that requirement on their licensure. When I've been out talking to different superintendents about this, I think some of their teachers will see this as a better path because these will also count as graduate credit, so you could use that for salary advancement. So it will just be another way to achieve the same end. And then the last one on there, 2731, now when we report state assessment scores, we have to include the number of students along with the percentage. So just at the state level by grade and by test. And then the other thing we do is that the report that Randy has been providing that we call the correlation chart, which is the correlation between how 10th graders do on the state assessment, then how they do on the ACT and graduation rate and post-secondary success. Even though Randy went and presented that to the House Education Committee, now it's in law that we will present it to the House Education Committee. So not a big change with that. Now we'll talk about 387, which has not yet been signed. Something will have to happen this week. But the first part is special education. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly because we're going to talk more about that at the end. So the first part is that revised a little bit about how we calculate excess cost. This did not change the calculation very much. Really what it did is that the old law, you started with an amount of money. The new law, you will start with a FTE. It just has to do with when you multiply and divide by the base. So it didn't change very much. It does require that KSDE calculate the school district level excess cost. I will actually show that to you in a little bit because it goes along with the next part that you have to, I guess you don't have to do, but has been assigned to you. Requires districts to transfer funding attributable to SPED from LOB to special education. So what this means is that the state aid that districts get that goes into their general fund and then increases the LOB because you multiply whatever percent the district approves by that general fund amount. The part that you get because special ed was in there has to be transferred to special education. Districts were already transferring more than that already. They may or may not have been transferring it out of the LOB. So our guidance to district is transfer the required amount out of LOB first, and then if you have to transfer more, you can choose where you transfer it from. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that works going forward. And then the last part, and actually I should have updated this slide, that requires the state board to develop a formula to distribute new funding. As part of that, we'll talk about you have to consider the district level excess cost calculation. And I will show you how I've considered it, and then you can make a decision. But that's only for $73 million, and I'll get to that part in a minute too. The important part that changed in this from some of the things that we talked about before, even with the mandatory transfer, that LOB will not be counted as state special education funding. It will still be considered local funding, and districts were already transferring it. It just says that you have to transfer this amount from LOB, even though you were transferring more from general fund before. But that was a very important change, because if it would have counted as state special education costs, then the state would have already been exceeding their obligation under the current statute, which they haven't for quite some time. All right, so the next one is at risk. So I talked about this quite a few times. This is the one where the school districts are going to have to provide a at-risk accountability plan, and then they had to set up these cohorts. And after 5 years, if the cohorts hadn't met their goals, they were going to lose. They were going to have a smaller increase in at-risk funding. So the important part about that now is going to be a 2-year pilot. So we get to pick 10 volunteers to help us develop the plan. The important part about that is what we're going to be trying to do is make this work for a way to help districts that need help coming up with at-risk plans to help at-risk students do a better job while also learning from the districts that are doing it well already. The other part is that the penalty is delayed for 5 years. So even the districts that are participating in the pilot, the penalty phase doesn't start until 26, 27 is the first year that it starts, and you have 5 years from there. So the at-risk list, we talked a lot about that because they did eliminate the 5 years of peer-reviewed research. So the state board just has to approve a list, which you've already done, but that's the 24-25 list. We also have to have a provisional program, which we've already done, and districts are already filling those out. We've changed the term above and beyond, which has always been in the law, now includes collateral benefit if there's no additional cost. What this means is that if a district is providing a service for at-risk students, but students that have not been identified as at-risk can participate without incurring more costs, they can do that. Some of the legislators before were interpreting above and beyond as if non-at-risk students could participate, then it wasn't above and beyond. And so one of the arguments is that the best thing we can do is help students before they become identified as at risk. And in some cases, you can help them through that. So this is actually makes it more flexible to provide the services to the students that need them, whether or not they've actually been identified as at risk. And then it also does say that you can't change the ELA or math standards substantially. And again, substantially means change the standards so that you have to necessitate a change in the state assessment. I would tell you late one night when I reminded the state board, reminded the conference committee that the state assessment was already changing next year. They didn't take that very well, but now at least they understand that you changed the standards before and had to change the test for standards that you changed years ago, and now it's being implemented. So it's not a foul of the law. It actually follows law completely. And then at some point in the future, you can decide how the rest of that works out. All right, next one is, what used to be 2506. This is about virtual schools. There are two parts to it. One is last year they changed the laws that a private school student and a homeschool student could participate in their district of residence, even if they weren't enrolled. And now they've extended that to virtual school students. So if you have a student that lives in Topeka but is attending another district's virtual school, they can participate on Topeka Acacia activities without any enrollment, unless that enrollment is required by all students. And band is an example that everybody uses most of the time, is that if you're going to participate in band, you have to be enrolled in band class. But as long as it's required of everybody. A bigger funding change is that currently, if you have a part-time virtual student, instead of being part-time of a portion of the 5,600, which is a full-time student, you automatically became a portion of 2,800. So it was a significant reduction in funding if you were part-time. So you could be 0.9, instead of being 0.9 of 5,600, you were 0.9 of 2,800. So it's a big reduction. They actually fixed that and went back to what it used to be, which is you're just whatever FTE of the 5,600. The other part about virtual is that they've changed the law about our auditing requirements of adult virtual programs. It actually didn't change what we do, but there was a district that wasn't happy with what we did. And so not only do we have this change in the law, the post-audit committee has approved an audit of adult of the auditing of adult virtual programs. So more on that later. So then open enrollment, which has been a law for now 3 years and has been changed every year, actually goes into effect. And so some changes that went in there, so they did some things where they prioritized Kansas residents. So districts can take out-of-state students, but they have to consider in-state students before they do that. One part that I had to clear up for some districts is this does not require you to take out-of-state students. That is still not a requirement. This just means you can't take out-of-state students until you've considered all the in-state students. It also cleared up some things about any student that was attending a district of non-residents this year actually can stay there until they graduate. So they don't have to go into the lottery. There were a lot of districts that were concerned about that, somebody has been attending here for 10 years and now they're not going to get to come back because they're in a lottery. So that they fixed that. They also made that true if you have a student that is attending a district now and moves this summer, they can still attend the district they were in without going through the lottery. Districts can deem students not in good standing prior to enrollment. So the current law said that that once you accept an open enrollment student, you have to keep them until they graduate unless they are deemed a student not in good standing. And every district had to come up with a policy for what that meant. What this says is that you can apply that policy before they actually enroll. So if you get student records before they enroll, you can apply it that way. If the district denies enrollment because they were considered not in good standing, the non-resident parent has a right to a hearing, an appeal before the district they attended. So just you have to tell them why. Publication of open enrollment policy. This actually just changed that says that you always had to post it. Now it just says you also have to post changes, which I think most districts were going to do anyway. Transportation has been a big one for all 3 years. Originally it said you didn't have to provide transportation for any open enrollment student. We kept asking the question about what about special education if it's in the IEP? This actually just says you don't have to provide it unless some other law says you have to. And the areas that would be is for special education, foster students, and homelessness. Special education is the one that will come out the most. They're going to change the window for next year for January 1st to June 15th instead of June 1 to June 30. So it kind of moves things up. The idea there is that if districts are taking applications earlier, they may decide to staff or add teachers based on applications for open enrollment. Actually makes some sense. And then they've said that virtual schools are not exempt or are exempt from open enrollment. Part of that is because it's harder to set capacities for some of the virtual schools, so they're just exempt. I can take questions on any of these as we go through. The next one is disposal of district real property. So the big thing there is that last year they put in a law that said districts can't, or that the legislature has first right of refusal on the sale of any district property. So now they'd be limiting it to only former attendance centers, which means if a district bought property thinking they were going to need it in the future and now they don't, they can just sell it. They don't have to go through the legislature. If it used to be a school, they're going to have to send that to the legislature and say, hey, there's this contract we have for selling the school. The legislature has 45 days from when they're in session to make a decision about it. So if a district made that decision in June, they would have to wait until January and give the legislature 45 days. The change actually lets the Legislative Coordinating Council waive the legislature's rights. So the district may get notification from the Legislative Coordinating Council said you can proceed. If they don't, they have to wait 45 days. They did clear up that if they don't hear anything back from the legislature within that 45 days, they can proceed. You don't have to wait for them to say we're not doing it. And then they also changed the law so that districts may not deny to sell or lease buildings to an entity solely based on they were going to use it for a non-public school. Okay. All right. So the next one is a funding task force. So by November 30th of 2024, we'll have this funding task force presented or appointed. So 6 of the people will be appointed by legislators. The president of the Senate has 2, the Speaker of the House has 2, House Minority Leader has 1, Senate Minority Leader has 1. The State Board of Education will appoint 1. I think it's the Senate President appoints a parent and the House Speaker appoints a teacher. I could have those backwards, but that's how that works. And then the State Board will appoint a rural superintendent and an urban superintendent. So you will be appointing 3 people to the, as voting members to the committee. And then I get to be an ex officio member or my designee. I have to put that in there. Children's Cabinet, then Bert Moore or his designee will be a non-voting member, and then somebody from the director of, from the Division of Budget. They have to report by January 11th of 2027 because the current state or state school funding expires in 2027. People talk about we have to have a new funding formula by then. No, we really don't. We just have to reauthorize a funding formula by then. So there are plenty of things about this funding formula that could be tightened up. It's changed, it's kind of evolved and changed over the years, so there's some things that could be cleared up. But technically, they just have to change a date. They don't actually have to change anything. So that'll be an interesting conversation. And
Real quick, sorry. Go
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a state board member. It could, that's also or their designee, right?
Well, so it is somebody that is appointed by the state,
Appointed
Kansas
by.
State Board of Education.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
All right. Yep.
There was talk about putting a SPED person on there. Did they not do that?
So as a non-voting member, that is the KSDE Director of
that's
Special
for-
Education.
Okay.
It also is that for the rural superintendent, the urban superintendent, that person could then designate a special education director or somebody else. So that could be part of that conversation as well. Could also be a special education teacher, depends on who they do. So there was conversation about needing some of that on there because you'll notice that one of the things that happens is it abolishes the current special education task force. But nothing specifically was called out other than the director of special education and title services from the department as non-voting. Okay. More on that one. All right, so almost done. 2802 was the governor's budget. And so basically maintains current levels for most programs. That includes an increase in the base of 5.7% and all of the things that go along with that. We'll talk more about special education in a minute. Safe and secure schools, it's $5 million like it has been, but the grant is currently restricted to AEDs, cameras, and the cameras have to be compatible with an AI gun detection software that meets a very long list of criteria. And then it's a dollar for dollar match. Okay. All right. And then the one I forgot to talk about, I didn't put on here, was Senate Bill 339, which actually got approved very late. Senate Bill 339 says that the State Board of Education shall not distribute funds to a district that has no students enrolled and attending. So as we talked about, we had a district that had talked about contracting out all of its students to other districts. And so that would actually prohibit that. Questions on any of that before I move on to the information or the receive item? Yes.
You said there's a long list of criteria. Is there only one company that meets that?
We haven't looked into it very until we actually got signed, but that is our understanding.
Instead of naming it. So on the school district, it's 0, or was there, it's a?
0.
It has to be
No
0.
students enrolled and attending. And that's important because a student that is contracted out is considered enrolled in their resident district, but attending another. So that's that wording was, but it is 0, not just 1. It's one of the things that comes up that we have talked about, and the commissioner and I have talked about, is that one of the things I'll be looking at over the summer is some of the rules and regulations about how we can be more proactive in helping small districts, and especially declining small districts, look at some of the issues that they're facing. All right. So now we're going to talk about the distribution of special education funding above the FY24 appropriation. So you're going to get 2 handouts, and we're going to talk about the one that says school district XX costs May 14th first. So I'll let you get them and then make sure you see the right one. right? So if I would have been practicing better classroom management, I wouldn't have handed anything out until I've actually gotten through the instructions. So before we get started on those, I just want to just kind of go back over some specifics of Senate Bill 387 and what the state board's role is. So the state board shall establish a special education services aid equalization distribution schedule. And in doing that, you are to prioritize equalizing special education services aid distribution to districts. We'll talk more about that. Consider the discrepancies between districts' excess cost as defined in the bill. We'll talk more about that. But when we get down to it is that the distribution, you are looking at a schedule to distribute the difference between the $601 million that is appropriated for FY25 above the $528 million that was appropriated for 2024, which is $73,302,000. The law says that you only look at the state general fund. There's also $2.5 million in ARPA funds that the law doesn't say to distribute this way. It actually says to distribute with the current model. So the $2.5 million will go in with the 528 and be distributed the way we've always done it. The $73,302,000 is what we'll be talking about. But it's important that, so there's been some confusion and I've probably contributed to it, that it really is $75,500,302 new dollars in special education. And that's true, that is new special education funding. $2.5 million of it is federal funds, the rest is state general fund. The reason some of that's important is the state general fund will contribute to the state's maintenance of fiscal support, which means they can't really lower that except for some really extreme circumstances. The $2.5 million in federal funds doesn't count that way. So the $73 million would have to be continued to be appropriated. The 2.5 wouldn't. All right. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the district level excess cost. And so that is the page that is up in the right-hand corner. It says May 14th. So handing out today. So the bill is very specific about how that gets calculated. And so you start off with the FTE, weighted FTE, but you take out SPED, bilingual, transportation, CT, and at risk. You multiply by the base. Next year's base, so when you look at the one we have here, we're multiplying by 48, 46 because these numbers are 22, 23. We don't have 23, 24 actuals yet, so that's why that's that way. You multiply by the base, and you get and then you divide by the unweighted FTE. That basically gives us a regular education per pupil funding. And then you multiply that by the FTE of special education students. And then you multiply that by the LOB percentage. And then you add those two together, and that's the regular education funding that is provided to districts because of the special education students that are enrolled there. That has always been subtracted out for excess costs. So the change in the law that I talked about for how we do statewide, you do the exact same thing except for you use state numbers instead of district numbers. Then you find the federal funds, which includes Title VI-B, which are the federal distribution, also Medicaid reimbursement. And then you take the total district expenditures and you subtract out all the things we just added up. And that's where you get the excess cost. So when you're looking at the form, it goes across until the column on the far right is the district's excess costs. So we've calculated them based on the law. So now I want to talk about them a little bit. And so it's a wide range from $102,000 to $86 million because we have 286 very different districts. The mean is 2.5 million and the median is 77,000, which also kind of corresponds to the way we have things where like our average school district size is about 1,000, but the median is about 500 because we have a lot of small districts. So that's why it shifts that way. So the state aid appropriation was 73% of the total for 22-23. If you take the district excess costs calculated this way, it's about 70, the appropriation would be about 70% of that. I just kind of put that in there because I was trying to find ways that this was relevant. So, as we expect, you see a strong relationship between excess costs and district enrollment, because when you have more special education students, you have higher costs, and so you have more money there. But because the SPED state aid is not considered, what we don't have is a comparison to how these excess costs fit in with any funding that they got from the state. And so, from my opinion, it falls very short there, because it's only looking at what these excess costs are and doesn't consider what additional aid districts received to cover those costs. So I think that's, in considering this, which we are required to do by the law, I think that is a significant concern. Other concerns that I have is that for districts that are co-ops and co-ops and interlocals, which is the vast majority of our districts, the bill calls to separate out the costs that go to the co-op or the interlocal back to the member districts, but it doesn't do the same thing with additional funding, and that would mostly be the federal funding. So when you start looking at the calculation, the districts that are in co-ops and interlocals are getting more credit for costs without the corresponding revenue, which means their excess costs get higher than standalone districts. So for this reason, it's not treating districts the same, and so I think would be disequalizing. And then also, as I said, the calculation does not take into account special education state aid. And so from my opinion, and my recommendation will be, is that the way the excess cost calculation is called for in the bill, if you use that as a method to distribute the funding, it would be inherently disequalizing and wouldn't be considering the discrepancies between what districts get versus what they spend. Okay, so we've considered it, and then I'm going to talk about now what I would recommend. All right. All right. So on February 29th, we made a presentation to the Senate Education Committee because they asked us to come in and explain both the appropriation side and the distribution side of special education. It's really important to understand that the appropriation and the distribution are not connected in the current law. And so you appropriate money based on expenses from last year and then sort of a lot like what we talked about on those excess costs, but you distribute it based on a series of expenses and then teacher FTE. So that's where you get into this problem of connecting the excess costs and the state aid, because the formulas don't match up. And this came up a lot because of what you saw over the last couple of years with talking about districts getting 200% of their excess costs. They weren't getting more than they were spending, but because of the way the excess cost calculation comes out, when you divide it, it may have been more than that. So what we really looked at is that districts fund special education in three ways. There are state monies, which is about 47% of the revenues, federal, which is about 14%, and then local, which is 39%. So then what we did is we just broke it down for districts, and we actually took co-ops and interlocals out, and I'll show you how we did that in a minute. And when we did that, we came up with what we were calling the local contribution model. So it's the amount of money that districts had to transfer from general fund or supplemental general fund into special education to cover their special education costs. So it's the local contribution to special education costs. And when we looked at that, the average is 40%, but the range was actually 1% to 58%. And so when we looked at that, it's like, okay, well, maybe the better way to distribute these funds equitably is to look at what proportion is the district contributing to that overall local contribution. And so that's the model that I'm going to recommend, and I'll kind of go through it. This was the model that we presented to the Senate Education Committee. There was talk of a proviso that would have done this, and so the state board didn't have to do that, but that was not introduced and not passed in any way. So talk about a possible distribution model. So what we do is we start with total sped expenditures, because what it costs is where we start with. And then we subtract out the revenue received. And so that includes state aid, federal aid, and Medicaid reimbursement. Those are the three major ways that districts get sped funding. Everything that's left is called a local contribution. And then with some pretty simple math, because that's better for me, districts receive a portion of the new appropriation based on the proportion of their local contribution. So, and I think by doing this, doing it this way, we think that we can more equitably distribute the funds. Now there is one, I'll talk about that, I'll come back to that in a minute. But it's based on what is the local contribution. So how much are districts taking away from general education funding for special education funding and distributing the funds based on that. All right, so this is what we did. So it's important to know that 530.5 million, because that's the 528 from last year plus 2.5 in federal funds, will be distributed the way we've always done it. So the rest of it is going to get distributed in this way. And this is actually, if you look at this is actually the top of the form that you have there, the frame that you have. So the first part is that we take all of the expenditures and revenues from where they are recorded. So when you look at this, you'll see that there are interlocal and cooperatives. So you have state totals, interlocal, and cooperatives. So if the revenues were recorded with the interlocal or the interlocal or cooperative, we didn't consider those for the district because the corresponding expenses are also then with the interlocal or cooperative. So as opposed to the excess costs where you're trying to distribute one and not the other one, we left them all with the interlocal or cooperative and only looked at what the districts were reporting themselves. So we take all of this information from Code 30 or 78. Districts have Code 30. That is their own. In the Code 30, they record the revenues that come directly to the district and the expenses that go directly from the district. Code 78 works for co-ops. Interlocals have a whole different way to do things because they're their own fiscal agents. I will say at this point, we know that in 22-23, there were some districts that didn't record their special education expenditures correctly. What they would do is they might pay their co-op assessment from general fund. So it doesn't show up here. And this is going to be problematic when we do it next year, as the estimates we have are only as good as the data we have to do it from. I still think it's the most fair way to do it, but some people are going to say, well, why did theirs go up so much and why did ours go down? Because 23-24 was different than 22-23. It also gives districts the opportunity to record these correctly. And the reason that's important is state law says that only expenditures that come from the special education fund count as special education costs. Even though they are, we can't count them that way. So that's why you have to make the transfer before you spend them. Districts sometimes say, well, why would I bother with making that extra step? Well, now they have a really good reason to do that. So next is federal entitlements. Again, you'll notice that some districts have them, some don't, because the federal entitlements go directly to the co-op host or to the interlocal. So in that case, they got moved up to the top. A standalone district receives their own. Medicaid is a little bit different. Some some districts have Medicaid come directly to them. It depends on how they bill for services. So that's in there. But then all we do is we take the cost minus all the revenues and we get the local contribution. And then from there, we turn that into a percentage and of the total, so that, there's a total of $395 million that's local contribution. You take each district's portion, you multiply it by $73 million, and you get what each district would receive in distribution. Our plan, one of the issues we have is that we've had some folks say that, well, maybe we should, the state board should just do this all through the current funding formula. That would not be in compliance with the law, and I don't think the $73 million can be distributed that way. So the next part is we need to get the money sooner. We need to know what the amounts are sooner. In order to give districts the best opportunity to accurately record their actual 23-24 expenses, we don't get that information until October because we don't get it until they finalize the next year's budget. They don't receive any special education payments for next year until August anyway. So we'll calculate them in November, and then we will send all the funding out. I think I have this on this part. Maybe not. We will send all the one payment out in February. And so instead of getting, I think, 5 payments, we'll actually do an additional sped payment. The reason we want to do that is we don't know how long this is going to last. And so if we go back to another way to do it, this will be easier for us. Okay. Questions on just the mechanics of any of that? Or the philosophy of any of it?
So I think, something to remember, the bulk of the money goes out on the old formula. All we're talking about is the additional $73 million.
Yeah, 88% goes out with the old formula. This is a 12% increase.
And it has to go out by law on a different distribution formula that you have to decide on. And all Frank's saying is take all your expenditures minus your federal and state aid and Medicaid, and then that leaves you an amount. And that's what the local district is taking out of their general supplemental to pay for special ed, and then that's how he comes up with that amount.
And so I've talked to a lot of different groups about this. And so I've gotten some pushback about the timing of things, which if I could get the information sooner, I would do it sooner, but I can't. And then the budgeting part, the uncertainty in the budgeting, I'm providing them the best estimates I can provide them at this point. So our recommendations to districts will be to, you don't know, districts still don't know what their 23-24 special education funding is. They won't find that out for another 2 weeks. And so they're used to being pretty uncertain with that. That's why we encourage them to keep healthy cash balances, again, because they don't get another payment until October, so you need to have those funds in there. So they're going to need to do what they've always done, which is pad the budget some so you have the authority for it, but spend it conservatively until you know exactly how much it is. They will actually have a better understanding of at least some definite money much earlier in the year than they would have before. But so far, I haven't had anybody that's questioned the philosophy behind it or how we've looked at doing it. I've had a lot of questions about it, but haven't had said that that's a really bad idea. And I've actually asked that specific question. What did we do wrong and what should we do differently? All right, so then next steps. This is on the agenda as a receive item, and my recommendation is to adopt the local contribution model, which is what I just showed you. If approved in June, so it would come back as an action item in June. Really kind of like for you to do that June 11th because our first budget workshop is June 12th, and it would be great if we could say, hey, this is how it's going to work. If not, we'll say, we'll let you know in July. So no pressure on that. And then we'll kind of go through what I talked about before is that we'll use 23-24 actuals. They'll get their known amount in November, and then the payments in February. Thanks.
Jim Porter.
Last month, I made some kind of radical statement that we just should say no, and I understand that if we don't do this, then in fact, they don't get the money. So that is not an option. However, I've always talked about staying in lanes. And I think that the legislature has made a terrible mistake because they have told us that distributing money is in our lane. I think we should take this opportunity to say, okay, now that you've given us this authority and this we need to look at the formula that's going to possibly change in 27. So I believe that we ought to have a recommendation, a formula recommendation that I believe that we will look at equity, adequacy, and how it affects taxpayers. I think we'll look at all three of those things. The legislature will pay zero attention to it when we present that. because they will look at those things and then they will be also influenced by people that are not supportive of public education, that very likely will not be constitutional and will be challenged. And when that happens, the courts will look at our recommendation. So I'm looking 5, 6, 7 years down the road, when I won't be here. But I think that it would be to our advantage to actually have a recommendation at that time and use as the statement, you have told us that we are, that funding of education is in our lane. And I believe that we should really consider doing something like that and coming up with what we consider an equitable, adequate, and fair for taxpayer distribution system that we present whenever they're considering this a couple of years down the road.
I don't see any questions. Thank you for your work on that. And I just want to say, I like what I'm seeing when I think about what an individual special education student looks like in each of those districts. And I love the number, the 1% to, was it 38, 42? There's quite a spread there. What, is it 58? It's that high. So, yeah, it seems very equitable. I will certainly reach out to my districts. I hope you'll all do the same. So, thank you.
And just so you know, the local contribution model was posted to our website on May 2nd. To give districts a chance, we will, because we have to, we will post the excess cost model tomorrow and send it out to districts as well.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Just to reiterate, because I know you did say it, the law states we cannot do it the way the rest of the money is being done. We have to come up with something new.
So, yeah, it very clearly states the difference between the 528 and the 601 million shall be distributed on a model, on a schedule developed by the State Board of Education.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we will recess in just a moment, but I want to point out that tomorrow's meeting does take place at the Brown versus the Topeka Board of Education Museum. It is at 1515 Southeast Monroe Street, and there is parking right across the grass as you approach it. There's some signage, I think, that even says parking for the museum. Is that right? And then potentially some accessible parking behind the building.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Did I cover it all?
There's some accessible parking behind the building we're welcome to use. The building will be open at 8:30 for us, and it is important, I think, that we try to start right at 9 because the program is at 10:30 and we've got people coming and choir and such. So if we could start right at 9, we will take your computers. If you could take your paper and your packets, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, and it will not be live streamed, but it will be
Right.
recorded.
Totally recorded, and it'll be put on YouTube just an hour or two later, as soon as Eric can get it together.
After lunch sometime, sometime tomorrow. Okay, great. Any questions before we go? And the public is welcome. Yes, it's an open meeting. We always have open meetings, so anyone can come. All right, we will be in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.